Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. Today, we're doing yet another episode of Dead Channel Maxing. That is right, everybody. I'm so excited to get started. Today, we're going to be talking about the truth about illegal immigrants. I know, crazy. Now, what is this truth? All zero of you are asking. I don't know, something. Actually, it's not as easy to illegally immigrate as you would think intuitively. It's almost like people don't do it for fun. With that being said, for the VOD watchers, I'll most likely include timestamps in the description below. With that being said, hello, Lexi, you're the first person in chat. Congratulations. Hello, Florida Man. Hello, Lime. Hello, Randy S. I hope you're all doing well. Now, my position on illegal immigrants for the longest time has been this, okay? I am of the belief that, despite what a lot of people in this country may say, people are not illegal immigrants for fun, okay? That is a completely and utterly illogical position to hold. Nobody is illegally immigrating for fun. The reason as to why they would be illegally immigrating is due to the fact that they don't really have a choice, right? So it's going to be the case that the legal process of immigration is super bogged down, and not everybody is going to be able to wait 10 years for a piece of paper that arbitrarily deems you to be able to enter the country, right? Not everybody can do that. Not to mention the fact that being an illegal immigrant has far more downsides for the immigrant than to be a legal immigrant, right? Because if you are working for a corporation, they can just pay you substantially below minimum wage, and you can't do anything about it. The reason, of course, being the fact that, well, I mean, what are you going to do? Tell the government you're going to get deported if you do that. So that's my existing position, and long story short, my older brother actually recommended I take a look at this specific video on stream from Timmy Karter. Now, I don't know who this is, but the video is called Surviving the World's Deadliest Migrant Route, the Darian Gap. So, for anyone that thinks that, illegally immigrating is all fun and games, it's time to think again. With that being said, there's some more people. Hello, Jay the Therian, Sunday Chamberlain, Minty, Florida Man, Florida Man, so true. Sustel89 saying, hello, sorry I'm late. What do you mean? I started the stream like 2.5 minutes ago. That's not late. Hello, Naran. Saying, hello, Femyoz, my lovey. I hope all is well with you. I hope all is well with you, too. Can you spell rocket? No, that is too difficult. Deshaun. Very sorry about that. They illegally enter the USA because of the cartel and poverty. Yeah, like nobody is going to illegally immigrate for fun. They're doing it to provide a better life for their family. That's the point, right? A lot of the times, these people will have kids, they'll have families, etc., that they want to provide more opportunities for. They're not doing it out of laziness or selfishness. And I think that this whole idea, this whole notion that, you see, immigrants are doing so because they're lazy. That's why they're here illegally. Apparently this video proves the literal opposite of that position. Yeah, how dare you be late by 114 seconds. That's so true. Hello, Cheetah Man. Good to see you again. Hello, Daniel Berry. Hello, Roderick. Hello, Sunday Chamberlain. I can chat on your live stream 24/7, but I got kicked off of YouTube for 24 hours. Why is that the case? Also, hello, Dasho. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm gonna illegally immigrate to Canada for fun. That's so true. Hello, Annie YT Shorts. Hope you're doing well, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Chat, I think I do want to get right into the main meat of the topic because there is this video that I want to get through. I have not pre-watched a second of it, okay? I promise you, I have not pre-watched it. Normally, that's not something I would, use as, a point of, yeah, dude, I'm such a good streamer. I didn't even do research ahead of time. But I think this is one of those things where it's maybe I shouldn't pre-watch it. Because, somebody recommended I watch it on stream, so I'm going into this blind. Hello, Falplich. Hello, Batowcrafter. Good to see you all here. Anyways, I want to move to Norway. Fair enough, Venus Cupcake. I told the Trumper to go F herself. Well, that's incredibly based. Incredibly based. I'm also going to try to, not, swear to, Gordon Ramsay within, the first 15 minutes of the stream to see if that has an impact algorithmically. Illegal immigration is hard, not just crossing the border alone. They can't get jobs easily, and they earn less, and most likely they can't bring their family. Meaning, they have to know they are suffering. Are we dunking on immigrants? No, it is quite the contrary. We are dunking on people that dunk on immigrants, actually. Anyways, with that being said, the the video we're going to be watching that my older bro recommended I can't even speak. God damn it. Okay. So my older brother sent me this video and said that I should react to it on stream. It's called Surviving the World's Deadliest Migrant Route, the Darian Gap. Now, I have not seen this. I don't know anything about this. But he recommended I watch it on stream just to show people what immigrants actually have to go through. And to sort of debunk any misconceptions that, you know, it's all fun and games. You know, people are illegally immigrating for funsies. You know, obviously that's not the case. But I think that this further demonstrates that point. So it's from Timmy Karter. Never seen this person before, so let's get right into it.
Darian Gap, the world's deadliest jungle, a 60-mile stretch of untouched wilderness that connects Panama with Colombia.
You know, obviously you're definitely gonna go through that if you're just being lazy, obviously, to provide a better life for your family, you know?
Day, it has no roads, no towns, no laws, nothing but venomous snakes, tropical diseases, and narco gangs. Despite that, every year, hundreds of thousands of migrants from all over the world converge in northern Colombia to traverse the deadly jungle. I was warned by the authorities that if I enter, I would be risking robbery, kidnapping, or even something worse.
You know, obviously, these are all things that you would risk if you're just super lazy and you want to leech off the government, obviously. It definitely has nothing to do with wanting to provide a better life for your family. Right off the bat, this already looks terrifying. But people don't give immigrants enough credit. People are just like, oh, they're lazy. Oh, they're taking our jobs. And it's like, if you actually see what they have to go through, it's actually insane.
However, despite this, I decided to join a group of migrants and secretly record our journey through the deadliest migrant route, the Darien.
Violan mujeres, violan. Yo digo que eso es una ruleta. Eso es una ruleta así. Ese Darien.
I would be actually terrified.
Ay, 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 amigos. We are in Medellín. Oh, señor, quiero ir a Necoclín.
Vamos a Necoclín y comenzar.
La aventura.
Vamos.
Vamos a ver, guys. Man, me and Mr. Calvo, señor Calvo, we're in Medellín, and now we're going to the bus station. Hopefully we find the bus, and we go to Necoclín, northeast of Colombia, border with Panama, was the starting point of all the Venezuelan immigrants. ¿Vas a Darien?
Con Darien, vamos para Darien.
¿Tú vas ahí también?
Voy para allá, claro, man.
Oh, guys, this guy goes the same place, Darien. Ay, ahora quieres dinero para ir a Darien.
Damn. I wish him nothing but the best of luck. I hope he makes it alive.
Darien para mí,
Espera, bro.
lo que pueda.
How are you doing tonight, Femyoz? I'm doing alright.
Tengo 10,000. ¿Y cuándo te vas?
Compañero, hoy
Hoy vas.
en la noche.
¿Con qué? ¿Bus?
Con bus. Dale, papá.
Dios le bendiga, bro.
Que tiene bendiciones.
Ciao,
Gracias
man.
por tu
Hopefully they have tickets. This specific location, Necoclín, it's almost every day fully booked because of all the Venezuelan immigrants.
Otra vez por...
Like, you have to keep in mind that, I mean, we're talking about the world's deadliest migrant route, and it's booked every day. People are doing everything in their power to go through the deadliest route. So, obviously, they're not immigrating for fun. They're not immigrating to take our jobs. They're doing it out of desperation. They're doing it because they want to provide a better life for their family, for their kids.
¿Vas a Darien tú?
Otra vez.
¿Segunda vez? No.
I don't know. I think it's like all you have to do is think about it for like 5 seconds. You know, like you just do 5 seconds of research and it's like you could already know, like, oh, okay, like these people have gone through way more hardship than, like, I don't know, me or any of the people around me.
¿Por qué segunda? ¿Te deportaron? Oh, no.
They're pure badass, crossing not once but twice, yeah.
You know he got deported, that's why.
Sí, ¿de dónde? ¿De Panamá?
Yo soy venezolano.
¿Y es peligroso, Darien?
No se dejan allá.
No. Pero, bro, ahí hay guerrilla, ¿no?
Sí, hay guerrillas.
Hay guerrilla. And this guy already been to USA, already crossed the Darien jungle. He got deported, and now he goes back again.
So, yeah, if you're willing to go through the deadliest migrant route multiple times to provide a better life for your family, like, would you consider somebody like that to be selfish or lazy? Like,
He said
like you say, like TJ15 saying deport all illegal aliens. It's like, dude, like, do you even know what these people go through? Like, do you have any amount of empathy? Like, do you actually know, like, what happens to these people? Like, do you even have any clue, like, what these people actually have to go through?
It's very dangerous. And he said if we see narcos or guerrilla points, we need to say we're from a different country. If
My toxic trick is thinking I could survive in the jungle.
you make it alive,
Get in legally, I guess. Oh, dude, if only they had thought of that. Do you think that they're illegally immigrating for fun and going through the deadliest migrant route for fun? Or do you think it's because they have no other option? What do you think? They're not illegally immigrating for fun, you absolute mega hyper dotard. Yes, selfish and lazy. Fix their own country. Yeah, bro, why don't you single-handedly fix your own country? Yeah, that's a very reasonable task. Oh, what's that? You want to get out of North Korea? Well, you should fix your country. Like, that's insane. What kind of standard is that? Oh, yeah, dude. Dude, why don't you just start a revolution in your country and fix it? I don't know, maybe because it's not as simple as that. Most people can't do that. Well, what do you mean? That's crazy. Yes, I have a clue. I'm actually traveled the world. Really, did you travel through the deadliest migrant route? Because that's what this person's about to do in the video. Yeah, most sane conservative. Yeah, most empathetic conservative.
you'll see the video. If not,
It's not single-handedly as a group. What do you want them to do? Like, overthrow the government? Like, what do you want them to do? Do you think it's just like, oh yeah, it's just like a fucking walk in the park. Let's just like all overthrow the government today. Or let's all like what are you talking about? You're insane. Like, that's the most brain-dead thing I've ever heard. The illegals who commit crimes, like DUIs, them Latinos drink and drive a lot. Actually, illegal immigrants are statistically less likely to commit crimes because of the threat of deportation, so you're wrong. Because if you get caught even for a minor offense, you get deported. So no, you're actually wrong. They don't commit crimes as much. Like, that's crazy.
you will see the news. Dos tickets por Neko Clean.
Sí, me prestan los pasaportes, por favor.
20 bucks each. Entonces es posible que cuando
All you have is straw man arguments and insults. What have I said that's a straw man argument? Is me stating the logical conclusion to what you have said a straw man? Or is it the logical conclusion to your argument? Like, you're literally saying, dude, why would you leave this country where it is impossible for you to have a family that's successful and happy and lives a decent standard of living conditions when you could just fix your country, bro? Like, what do you think I'm supposed to gather from that? What do you, like, what?
caminamos, vendo una guerrilla con
This isn't about empathy. This is about hurting communities that could damage our economy. And not to mention how Trump is going to waste tons of money on deporting immigrants. Yeah, which doesn't benefit the economy in the slightest. Immigrants help our economy. Even illegal immigrants help our economy. False. Legal immigrants have slightly lower crime rates. Illegal immigrants have much higher crime rates. You're just objectively wrong. Like, where are you getting this from? Like, you do realize that there is an incentive structure that is the literal opposite of what you have described. Like, that's just a lie. Illegal immigrants are less likely to commit crimes. Because even if they commit some minor offense, like stealing a candy bar, if they get caught, they're fucked. They get deported. So they, like, what are they gonna do? Like, you can't even fucking, like, what are you gonna do? Like, you can't even speed. You have to be super careful when driving. What's gonna happen if you get pulled over? For something like speeding? Somebody like me, I've never had to worry about that in my life. Like, oh, okay, like, worst case scenario, whatever, I have to pay a fucking fine. That shit sucks. Maybe I don't have the money for that, but fine, whatever. I could still not die or whatever. I won't get fucking deported for it, right? Like, I've never once thought, oh shit, like, I can't speed because I'm gonna get deported if I do. But if you're an illegal immigrant, that's like a real thought process that you're going to have inevitably. I'm correct on crime statistics. You need to get educated. Holy shit, this is not a real person.
con armas.
No, guerrilla no son indios.
Indios.
Straw man. How about you speak for you and I'll speak for me? It's a straw man when you make up stupid narratives. If I repeat the thing that you said and then say, wow, the thing that you said is very stupid because this is what it entails, that is not what a straw man argument is.
Y te roban con armas.
you won't get deported because you're not an illegal alien. Okay, but that's the point that I'm making. I'm not an illegal immigrant, so somebody like me, I could just be like, oh, fuck, you know, like, if I like, whatever, like, speed 20 miles an hour over the speed limit, hypothetically, then, like, I'm not worried, like, oh, shit, this is gonna ruin my entire life. Like, oh, shit, like, worst case scenario, I, whatever, pay a fine or whatever. Like, okay, that's not something I ever have to worry about. But if there was the threat of deportation, then I would be worried about that. Like, do you not understand how incentive structures work? Like, holy shit. We have crime statistics. Illegal aliens commit more crimes. Okay, can you... Where are you getting this from? Do you have, like, a source?
Guys, we're into the bus. Listo. It's gonna be now how many? 7 hours?
Más o menos.
In this bus,
Hello,
next to each
33.
other. ¿Quién habla inglés acá?
Profesor de inglés. Bilingüe.
Bilingüe.
Gracias, pa.
Conservative source, I made it the fuck up.
Pero bien.
Ay, bro. Mucho más, man.
Me asesoraron ahorita hace rato.
US government here. You know, here's what I'm gonna do. How likely are illegal immigrants to commit crime? Yeah, so, you're just wrong. You cite the government, and the first result that comes up is the literal opposite of your position. Undocumented immigrant offending rate lower than US-born citizen rate. So no, you're just objectively wrong. Like, holy shit, you're actually brain dead. Like, holy fuck. Or, like, are you stupid? Diaperios went, no, we're not doing that. Which illegal immigrants? The ones in the US. Dude, this person, TJ in chat, is like, actually, their crime rate is higher. When the literal fucking opposite is true. Like, holy shit. Like, you're actually brain dead. Wrong? What do you mean wrong? Okay, do you have a counter study? Do you have a counter example? Oh my god. You can't cite, oh yeah, dude, this is what the government sources say, and then I click on the first government source that comes up, and it says the literal opposite of what you're saying. And now you're saying it's fake. No, dude, you're trolling. You're actually trolling. Alright, let's continue.
No digan que no hablen inglés, no hablen...
Aquí ahora, no.
Aquí nada.
Bro.
Soy venezolano.
Y él es de Rusa, ¿no? And that's the guy from the bus station.
Isn't it illegal to do anything if you're an illegal immigrant? We're talking about actual crimes, right? Like in terms of, like, what would be a crime if you were a legal immigrant as well, right? So, like, again, like, yeah, okay, sure. Being an illegal immigrant in of itself is illegal, right? But that's not what we're looking at in terms of, like, oh, well, what are they more likely to do something illegal? Well, we're not talking about in that sense. We're talking about things that would be crimes if a citizen were to do them, right? That's what we're... Otherwise, it's not a fair comparison, right?
In Medellin, he says everything is fine, but if we see the guerrilla or narco people, I have to say I'm from Venezuela. Because if they realized we're foreigners...
They've already committed a crime, numbnuts. Do you believe that anything that's illegal is necessarily immoral? Or do you believe it's the case that if somebody illegally immigrates, it's because they literally have no other choice and they're doing whatever they can to provide a better life for their family and for their children?
Or YouTubers, then it gets dangerous.
Nobody says that illegal aliens are coming here legally. Illegal aliens cannot necessarily be here. Like, they necessarily have to not be illegal immigrants, right? Those are mutually exclusive. Nobody is arguing the contrary. I support immigration 100%, but I have a little sister. I don't want to be raped. What? Do you have any evidence to suggest that illegal immigrants are more likely to grape people? Please, show me. Show me the evidence. It seems like all of the evidence points in the literal opposite direction.
Say better you don't speak a lot.
un cubano dejó a su mamá
La mamá se
en el
resbaló y
medio,
cayó abajo en el río.
quedó en la selva y él se fue. Y cuando llegó a Estados Unidos dijo que estaba muerta y la mamá era mentira.
Aw, cute. Tell me you don't understand economics without telling me. Yeah, so in terms of the economic argument, how do immigrants here, we'll do illegal immigrants. Immigrants impact the economy, right? No, don't give me AI slop, okay? I did not ask for AI slop. So anyways. Whatever. I mean, this is the AI slop. Some research suggests that immigrants contribute to the economy by paying taxes, right? So that's going to be things like sales tax and whatnot, right? So maybe they don't necessarily pay income tax. Some argue that illegal immigrants are a net drain. Okay. It seems like it's not really conclusive. It seems like arguments have been made in either direction. Okay. Mass deportation, devastating costs to America, its budget, and economy. Okay. Key findings, about 11 million undocumented immigrants lived in the United States as of 2022. 3.3% of the overall population. An additional 2.3 million removable immigrants were released into the U.S. between Jan 2023 and April 2024, and would also be targeted in any mass deportation operation. A one-time operation to deport these immigrants would cost at least $315 billion, broken down as follows. So the government would have to spend $89 billion to conduct sufficient arrests, $167 billion to detain immigrants en masse, $34 billion on legal processing, $24 billion on removals. So if we deporting 1 million immigrants per year would incur an annual cost of $88 billion, with the majority of that cost going towards building detention camps. So like this just doesn't seem practical. Oh, hold on. Let's see. What? No, I don't want to download a file. Oh, it's a PDF. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. Key points. We preliminarily estimate that the illegal immigrant population grew, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. I need to know. Okay. Illegal immigrants have a negative fiscal impact. Taxes paid minus benefits received, primarily because a large share have modest education, resulting in relatively low average incomes and tax payments, along with significant use of means-tested programs and other... Wait, hold on. How would they be using government services if they're illegals? How would they even have access to that? I'm confused. So the estimate is that immigrants' net fiscal impact by education level, fiscal drain for each illegal immigrant is about 68,000. Though this estimate does come with caveats. Extensive use of welfare? Wait, how would an illegal use welfare? Confused. Am I dumb? Okay. Let's see. What's this? Okay, so this is saying the opposite. According to an American Immigration Council analysis of U.S. Census Bureau data, immigrants, almost 48 million of whom now live in the U.S., among an overall population, generated some $1.6 trillion in economic activity in 2022. Okay, contributed more than 579. Okay, this is immigrants broadly. Okay, so here is my position, I guess. So I guess it's like the role of undocumented immigration remains controversial. Okay, Seems like it's still up for dispute. It seems like different sources say different things. Undocumented immigrant spending power totaled more than $254 billion in 2022, and undocumented households had a combined income of $330 billion, paying nearly $76 billion in taxes. Immigration restrictionists argue that undocumented immigrants in particular are a net drain, particularly on state and local budgets. Whereas others say that it's contributing to soaring housing costs. But other researchers found that migrant inflows lead to increased housing demand, and then others argue housing shortages. So it seems like it's pretty up in the air. So again, I would argue that we need to make the process of legal immigration easier, right? Like if we actually look at how immigrants contribute to the US economy, right? Like they are obviously a benefit. Legal immigrants and / immigrants broadly clearly benefit our economy, right? But one of the main issues is it is very difficult to immigrate legally, right? It's very tedious. The entire system is really bogged down. So you could be waiting like over a decade, right? And most people can't afford to do that. Like a lot of the time when people are immigrating, like it's out of desperation. Again, it seems to be the case that the solution to this is not being harsher on illegal immigrants, right? The solution is to make it easier to immigrate legally, right? Like so like if we actually look at these numbers, like if we were to deport all the illegals, like that would cost $315 billion, right? I don't think it's worth it. I think we should just make it easier to immigrate. It's also not as simple as securing the border, right? Like a lot of the like a big issue with immigration right now is the asylum seeking process, right? Again, immigrants are just going to go for the path of least resistance, right? That doesn't mean that it's an easy path to go through. It's still very difficult, right? But that's generally what you can expect, right? So if the asylum seeking process is the path of least resistance, people are going to do that, right? If that's like the easiest or safest way. Mass deportation would hurt several key U.S. industries that rely heavily on undocumented workers. You have to keep in mind that that these U.S. industries that are relying on undocumented workers are clearly going to be exploiting them, right? Because they can just underpay them because they're undocumented. They can't do shit about it, right? Construction and agriculture industries would lose at least 1 in 8 workers. So like it's not as simple as just deport all the illegals. This isn't going to solve anything. Like this is just going to be a financial drain, right? Like this is just going to fuck our economy, right? This actually wouldn't benefit anybody. So the government would have to spend an average of $2.1 billion per year to remove 1 million immigrants annually, right? So I don't really think that's like a good use of money, right? So mass deportation would deprive federal, state, and local governments of billions in local tax contributions from undocumented households. In 2022 alone, undocumented immigrant households paid $46.8 billion in federal taxes and $29.3 billion in state and local taxes. After taxes, they were left with $256.8 billion in spending power, money that could be spent in local communities, right? And you have to keep in mind that that even with illegal immigrants, right, like they're going contribute to the economy, both as workers and consumers, right? So they necessarily have to consume products. So they're going to have to spend money on shit, right? That's going to stimulate the economy. They necessarily increase demand, which increases the supply that will meet that demand, right? Unless there is some sort of shortage somewhere, then I think that generally that's going to be a benefit. Not to mention the fact that they are also you can't really make the argument that they're stealing jobs when if they are also consumers, that's going to increase supply and demand necessarily, right? And how do you increase supply? Well, you necessarily need more workers to create more supply, right? So that argument wouldn't really work either. Anyways. So mass deportation would remove more than 30% of the workers in major construction trades, such as plasterers, roofers, and painters, nearly 28% of graders and sorters of agricultural products, and a fourth of all housekeeping cleaners. So I don't really see how this would be worth it. Again, we already have a U.S. labor shortage. The problem is not that there's enough jobs. The problem is that there's a labor shortage, right? So you're not really solving the labor shortage by deporting people, right? The problem is not that there are too many workers. The problem, if anything, is that there's not enough workers, right? So the whole the entire talking point of, oh, they're stealing the jobs is completely outdated. It doesn't really work if there's a shortage in workers, right? Apparently, the negative impact would be the most significant in California, Texas, and Florida, 3 states that were home to 47.2% of the country's undocumented immigrants in 2022, and where only 1 in every 20 residents would be deported. Okay. So, anyways, let's continue. Sorry, I got sidetracked. They're looking at the economy from corporate and banker viewpoint. Well, what viewpoint should I be looking at it from? I mean, I'm looking at it from a financial and economic standpoint of what would be the most beneficial to the economy. Think about the economy from a U.S. citizen viewpoint. What are you talking about? How would it negatively impact the U.S. citizen? What? It's they're not going to steal the jobs because there's already a worker shortage. So that's not going to be an issue. You're sucking corporations' balls. I'm really not, actually. Just because I'm working within the framework of capitalism, because that's the framework that we live in, doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with it, right? I pay a fair wage. Well, I think that corporations should pay fair wages, right? I don't think it's fair for them to underpay illegals, right? I think that's something that should be solved, right? But I don't think we solve that by deporting all the illegal immigrants, right? Oh no, Amazon, we can't underpay the illegals any more of my money. Yeah, but again, you're not benefiting anybody by deporting the illegals, right? I'm not defending corporations. I'm saying that the reason I even brought that up as an argument was because somebody said something along the lines of illegal immigrants harm the economy, and that's not a true claim. That's not just grounded. It's just not grounded in reality, right? Lower wages harms U.S. citizens. Do you think that maybe instead of deporting every illegal immigrant, that maybe make it easier for them to immigrate legally, or make it more difficult, or have some sort of protection. Have some sort of protection against that. But obviously you wouldn't be in favor of that. Higher crime rates harm U.S. citizens. So proportionally speaking, per capita, the crime rate would be lower with the illegal immigrants, right? Because we actually went over that 15 minutes ago, where you said that that they're more likely to commit crimes when the inverse is true, right? Like they're actually less likely to commit things like violent crimes, right? You're defending corporations. I'm not defending corporations. Can you find me the part of the stream where I said that it's actually good that they underpay illegal immigrants? Because I actually didn't say that, right? Illegal aliens do harm the country. Do you have like any tangible harm you can point to? I'd love to no longer pay income tax. You'd rather, so you'd be cool with like getting paid like half of minimum wage as long as you don't have to pay income tax? Or all you've been saying is that it's good for them to underpay the illegals? No, I actually didn't say that. Please find the part of the stream where I said that it's good that corporations are exploitative. Like, what are you talking about? What? Yes, we are beneficial to USA citizens when we need all the jobs for us taxpayers, no illegal immigration, no committed crimes, called entering the nation unregistered. Okay, if we're talking about crimes, do you have like a problem with like victimless crimes? Is what you're saying? Like let's say it's the case that like I don't know, they're less likely to commit like some category of people is less likely to commit violent crimes, but they're more likely to smoke weed where it's illegal. Would you like make an argument against that group and be like, well, they're more likely to commit crime? I would hope that your answer would be no, right? Can you go over why illegal immigrants are less likely to commit crimes again? Yeah, because if they get caught, then they are, you know, they're fucked. They're gonna get deported, right? So, yeah. So there's like a lot more at stake. Victimless crimes aren't real. Yeah, they are. Like if you, for instance, I don't know, smoke weed in a state where it's illegal, there's not a victim of that, right? So you're actually brain dead. Anyways, anything illegal has penalties? Yeah, but not all penalties are going to be the same, right? So if it's the case that you know, if I decide that I want to speed, okay, I know that there's a chance that I get pulled over and have to pay a fine, and that sucks, right? But it's like I have enough money saved where I'm not like worried that, oh shit, I'm not going to be able to pay rent. Most likely, right? It's fine. It's maybe it's a risk I'm willing to take, right? A risk I would not be willing to take is getting deported, right? That's the point that I was making. You said illegals are good for the economy, then said illegals do jobs U.S. citizens won't, but U.S. citizens only work for fair wages. Well, firstly, I'd be in favor of increasing minimum wage, and secondly, I am against corporations unfairly paying illegal immigrants. Like, I've never been in favor of that. In fact, what I'm in favor of, and maybe this is a controversial take, it's actually very anti-corporate, is I'd be in favor of some form of collective ownership, right? Like, I don't believe that a from the top down structure is beneficial to anybody except for the people at the top, right? Because the people at the top are necessarily going to have their own best self-best interest in mind, right? Even if it's diametrically opposed to the average person, right? Whereas, say for instance, you have some sort of collective ownership of of corporations where, let's say for instance, people elect CEOs, then they would necessarily have to have the best interest of both the consumer and the worker in mind, right? Like you would agree with the fact that democracy is good, right? It's not perfect. There are still instances and many instances in which, say for instance, in a democratic government, there can be corruption, right? There's plenty of corruption, right? But it's better than like a monarchy or feudalism, right? I would argue that this extends to corporations as well, right? That's why corporations hire illegals, because they pay ultra low wages. Yeah, I believe it's the case that like maybe if there was like some sort of law, and like I'm just sort of pulling up shit on the spot here, so I'm not sure how viable it would be, but I don't see what the issues would be. But if there was like some law where if say for instance there's like an illegal immigrant and they're getting paid unfairly, like below minimum wage by a corporation, and then they report the corporation. I think there should be like a law in place that allows them to not get deported if they do that, right? Because that allows the corporation to be held accountable, right? And it incentivizes people to basically tell on the corporation, right? And I think that something like that would be beneficial, right? Democracy is a rule by the majority. It's mob rule. Sure. But I'm not even saying that democracy is perfect. I'm just saying that it's better than like one dictator, right? Like you would agree that like a mob rule is preferable to like I don't know, like a fascist dictator, right? For a country, right? So I don't see why that structure wouldn't apply at the corporate level, right? There's no laws that you can make to protect illegals. They aren't U.S. citizens and therefore cannot be protected by U.S. rules or work standards. You mean like given the current framework and laws that we have? Sure, but you can make legislation, right? That's a thing you can do, right? Like that I'm pretty sure you could pass a law that says something along the lines of, okay, so if there's like an undocumented immigrant that reveals that a corporation that they're working for is doing something illegal, we just will ignore the fact that they're an undocumented immigrant. We'll just ignore that fact. We won't deport them because ultimately them reporting the fact that the corporation is underpaying them would be a net positive, right? You understand the premise of a citizenship? Well, I'm not saying that they would even necessarily become a citizen, right? You would just ignore the fact that they're you would just not deport them, right? Like you don't have to deport them, right? So you can make a law where it's like, okay, we explicitly won't deport somebody in this specific instance, even if they are an undocumented immigrant. I'm pretty sure that would be viable, right? They do that already? Do they? Okay, I mean, I don't know. This is not usually what I debate about, if I'm gonna be completely honest. It varies by state, of course. Okay, so it does vary by state. The point still stands. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Hello, Kimmy. You need to learn about the criminal justice system. Victimless crimes don't exist. What they literally do. You're actually brain dead. Drugs not ran through by the FDA can be laced with anything, and then you are the victim. Okay, do you think that somebody should go to prison if they self-harm? Like you should get like a like you should get like 10 years in prison for like cutting yourself? Like is that your position because like you're the victim of yourself? Or do you think that'd be like a very cruel and unfair punishment? Anyways. Have you been on TikTok Live or Twitter? This will easily make you realize not everyone deserves to vote. I mean, I never said that democracy is perfect. Maybe you'd be in favor of like some, like let's say you're more educated on certain topics, then your like the weight of your vote is worth more, and the way in which you can educate it is just by going on a certain site and just like whatever, seeing stuff. Then maybe you like you know what's going to be on like the test or whatever. I don't know. Maybe something like that you're in favor of? I mean... Anyways, let's see. Democracy is one of the worst ways to govern. Okay, what would you be in favor of instead? We live in a constitutionally limited republic? Hold on. When I say democracy, do you think I mean direct democracy? Because I didn't say it had to be a direct democracy, right? Like, I would argue that the U.S. is a form of democracy, right? But I never said that it had to be a direct democracy with no protections, right? Like, obviously there would be protections, right? It would be more along the lines of people collectively making decisions within a certain framework, right? But that framework would have to exist, right? They don't create the entire framework out of itself. The government's only legitimate role is to protect the individual rights of its citizens. I agree. I absolutely agree. I think that people's rights should be protected by the government, right? And I think that but I also think that should also be applied to corporations, right? I think that there should be more regulations on corporations at the very least. It's a constitutional republic. Okay. And what is the mechanism through which certain leaders get into power? Like, do you think it's it might not be direct, but like there is a certain mechanism that in part makes that determination? What do you think that would be? Subscribing, you are on it and I love it. Well, thank you. Lamau, are you even old enough to vote? Yeah. The test or whatever. Well, I was just giving like an idea, like off the top of my head, based on something that they said, right? Right, like an example of like, okay, like maybe that's what you'd be in favor of. Not like I'm explicitly in favor of this, or this is like the number one policy I want. Let's see. Yes, if they are illegal, that de facto means they did not follow the legal process. Yeah, but it could be the case that it's not viable to follow the legal process, right? Just because of how bogged down the system is. Let's see. We vote for representatives? Okay. So you mean like it's the case, for instance, that maybe perhaps we, I don't know, democratically elect them? What word do you think would accurately describe that process, right? Like, do you think that the only instance of a democracy has to be a direct democracy where everybody directly votes for the president and that's what makes the determination? Do you think that's like the only example of like anything else is just not a democracy? It's not always direct voting. Electoral college, for example. I'm actually against the electoral college as a concept. I'd actually be more in favor of people just voting directly. At the end of the day, all the electoral college does is make it so that your vote is worth more if you live in a swing state, which is absurd. Like, why should their vote be worth more and have more of an impact on an election? That doesn't make any sense, right? So it just makes people's votes disproportionate on the basis of nothing useful. Nothing that actually accurately represents the validity or value of their vote, right? Anyways, America isn't a democry anyway. Please tell me that's a joke. It is fundamentally unfair to let illegal immigrants stay in a country that did not follow the immigration process to immigrate to. No, I would argue that it's not fundamentally unfair if it's the case that, say, for instance, like they're doing something that is a net positive, right? So if it's the case that there are two scenarios, okay? Scenario A is you have an immigrant that's just getting paid like way the fuck below minimum wage, right? And if they were to tell the government, then they would get deported, right? So they don't tell the government, they don't get deported, right? And they're getting paid significantly below minimum wage, and companies are taking advantage of that. Scenario B is they're getting paid half of minimum wage, so same pay, but there is a specific regulation in place that makes it so that if they are to report the fact that they're the company they're working for is doing something illegal, which is paying below minimum wage, the fact that they are exploiting that fact, right? Then in that specific instance, they won't get deported, right? So the government will just choose not to deport that person, right? Just as a mechanism through which them reporting that they're getting underpaid is incentivized, right? So in both cases, they're not getting deported. So even if you're in favor of maximizing deportation, that's not going to do it. So in both instances, they don't get deported. But you even agreed earlier that it is harmful for corporations to underpay illegal immigrants. So this would be a mechanism through which that is being mitigated or reduced, right? Corporations will just stop hiring illegals. No, not necessarily. You have to keep in mind that there's a worker shortage, right? Not a worker surplus. Femyoz, do you stream on Twitch as well? No, I do not. So we are punishing one crime, but not the other? Well, yes. Hold on, you do realize that the other possible case scenario is punishing neither, right? Like, it's literally the same logic behind, say for instance, if somebody, is like, I don't know, if somebody has like information or whatever on like who other criminals are, what that they were associated with, that can reduce or mitigate their sentence, right? Like that can actually change the punishment that they get. Like that's a thing that we already do, right? But you would argue that like there's like a good reason for that, right? Because it mitigates harm. So even though it lessens their sentence, right? There's like an incentive structure built in, right? They will all report to prevent getting deported. No, not necessarily, right? Like that wouldn't prevent them from getting deported, in general, right? So like, let's say it's the case that they get pulled over a week later, okay? And then whatever, like like the officer is like, okay, like show me your ID, and then it turns out, oh shit, like they're not legally here, like they could still just as easily get deported, right? So like that wouldn't have to have an impact on that, right? Both being punished isn't an option. No, because if it's the case that you get punished for reporting the fact that the corporation you're working for as an illegal immigrant is paying you half of minimum wage, then you're just not going to report that, right? So then nobody would get in trouble, right? That was a point I already addressed, right? Why do illegal immigrants get paid minimum wage? No, they don't. They get paid way the fuck less than that because they can't do shit about it, right? We have systems in place to protect the minority. The Electoral College is an example of this. No, the Electoral College does not protect minorities. That's wrong. Swing states change over time. It's not always the same states. Yeah, it's entirely arbitrary, though. It doesn't make any sense. Look, I'm not against protections for minorities or people that actually need protections, but that's not what that would entail. It wouldn't entail an electoral college is necessitated on that basis. Worker shortage is wrong. There are millions of US citizens who dropped out of the workforce. Oh, there's not a worker shortage? Pretty sure there is one, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Are you gonna make Reddit content? No, probably not. I don't mean minority. I'm talking about ideological minority. Yeah, but if like a minority of people are wrong about something, then why should their position be worth more consideration? Doesn't make any sense. Right? Like, for instance, like, I would argue that Nazis are like a minority, right? In that context, right? In terms of their ideological position, but it's actually a bad ideology, right? So we shouldn't protect it, even though it's like a minority of people. Illegal immigrants aren't entitled to minimum wage. So you're in favor of corporations going out of their way to hire illegal immigrants and paying them less than minimum wage? Then I assume that's what you're in favor of. Anyways. Also, you do realize that them underpaying illegals is something that harms the economy in comparison to just paying them minimum wage, right? You know that, right? Like that's something that harms the economy, right? because then you have corporations that are just hoarding more wealth. That doesn't stimulate the economy as much as if they were actually being paid a fair wage and then they were able to spend money on things, right? That's what stimulates the economy, right? So I'm looking at this from like a purely utilitarian perspective. What if the majority are wrong? But then, yeah, if the majority of people are wrong about something, I think that's why like protected classes I think are important, right? So like for instance, if there's like a substantial portion of the country that's anti-trans or whatever, right? I think that trans people should be protected from that, right? But I think that individual freedom ought to be maximized through whatever mechanisms are necessary, right? People who are here illegally shouldn't be paid full stop. Okay, well that's not the world we live in though, right? Like corporations are going to hire illegal immigrants. And I would actually disagree with that for moral reasons, but that's besides the point. Anyways, less money being spent and companies just keep getting richer. Exactly. That's the point that I'm making, right? Is companies are just going to get richer, hoard more wealth, and that's not going to stimulate the economy as much as, say, for instance, if they were paying illegal immigrants fair wages, then that wouldn't really be an issue, right? So that's why I'm in favor of some sort of law that I proposed earlier, where if it's the case that an illegal immigrant is to report a corporation for paying them under minimum wage, that they don't get deported in that instance, right? So that there's like an incentive for them to do so, right? Because then them doing so is A, in their self-best interest, so they're most likely to do so, and B, benefits the economy, right? And because it benefits the economy, it's a and doesn't really harm anybody. It's a net positive, right? So therefore, I would be in favor of that, right? That illegal immigrants, there's nobody they can underpay. Hold on, you do realize that that mechanism that I just described would prevent them from underpaying them, right? Like, you know that's what I just described, right? They should be deported, though. You know that costs money, right? Like, do you think it's just, like, free to deport illegal immigrants? You think it's just like, oh, yeah, we could just do that for free? Like, no, that costs billions of dollars. We already went over that earlier in the stream. Like, how unrealistic that would be on the basis of how much it would cost, right? Whereas implementing some sort of bill, like I described, would actually be free and it would benefit the economy, right? And it's also going to be the case that more people living in the country, obviously, like an increased population in of itself, with productive members of society that are getting paid fair wages, necessarily also benefits the economy, right? So in that case, there wouldn't really be any issue with the illegal immigrants being here in terms of their impact on the economy, right? So it seems like the only issue you would have then is that they're here illegally, in which case I would hope that you would also be in favor of making the process of legal immigration easier, right? Because that's something I'm in favor of, right? Just make it easier to immigrate, because immigrants obviously benefit our economy. So if we have more of them, then they stimulate the economy more, etc., right? Like, it's not realistic to deport everyone, right? Like, that's like a huge financial burden. You do realize that that's gonna that's going to harm the economy. It's going to cost a shit ton of money. It's gonna cost billions of dollars. And again, we already have a worker shortage, so we're gonna have even more of a worker shortage, right? So I just don't see it as viable. Deporting would save money. No, it literally wouldn't, right? It would harm the economy. We've already established this. More laborers means lower wages. Well, that's what a minimum wage is for, and enforcing that minimum wage, even if it's for illegal immigrants, right? You would enter business field soon. I actually am studying business, but yeah, no, deporting does not save money. USA can't accept 8 billion. Hold on, do you think that every single human being on the planet is going to immigrate to America? Do you think that, like, everybody in China and everybody in India is like, oh, well, fuck, it's easier to immigrate to America now, I'm just going to move there? Like, no, it's not. It's not going to happen. Anyways. Hi, Femi. My best friend's dad might be deported soon. We're both nervous. I might not see her anymore either. I'm really sorry to hear that. People showing how they don't know how economics works. Yeah, and like, look, if there's something I'm missing, or if there's like somebody that knows shit about economics that, or the way that our legal system works that could describe if like I've gotten something wrong, or if there's like something I've said that isn't viable and you could explain why, like I'd be more than willing to hear you out, regardless of what your position is. But just being like, well, you see, let's just deport all the immigrants isn't really a, like a good argument. Anyways. More oppressed laborers, lower wages. It's the only problem if they're classified as illegal. Open borders solve this issue. Well, you don't even need open borders to solve the issue is the thing. Do you support woke ideology? Oh, sorry, I misread that. Ideology. Yeah, I do support woke ideology. How did you know? Dude, I'm actually spreading the woke mind virus right now. Deporting illegal immigrants opens up spots for legal immigrants. No, it doesn't. The amount of people being processed through the legal process of immigration stays the same. That doesn't change. So actually, no, it would not. That's just wrong. but okay. Anyways. Let's just, we've only gotten, dude, we're over an hour into the stream and we've only gotten 4.5 minutes into the video.
Fui y le quitó el bolso con la plata y la medicina y dejó la mamá.
Dejó la mamá ya.
La abandonó.
La familia del tipo lo quieren matar.
Obvio.
Se lo vas a ver, personas.
Duró 4 días sin que nadie la ayudara y aguantó.
¿Por qué
Sin
muere?
comer nada.
Porque los roban. Saben los ladrones.
¿Y si están solos?
Y se cohiben, o sea, se ponen a discutir con los ladrones. Y entonces los ladrones los matan y los dejan ahí.
The guy talked with his friend who knows someone who can get us to another city. I don't really know, man. The thing is, you cannot really trust anyone here. But if you don't trust anyone, then nothing can happen. So we need to trust some people, and hopefully all good.
Guys, but more
Dude, I feel like shit like this would give me the worst trust issues. If I'm gonna be completely honest.
people here from Vietnam. From Vietnam. Families.
I know economics and you're not accepting the information. You haven't given any information.
Alright, guys, 6 a.m. The whole town here it's been run by mafia.
That's fine.
So we want to be careful. Now we came here. We want to buy stamp for the jungle. Yeah, guys, that's the sleepy bank and the tent. Eso no se bebe, no?
Sí, para que la serpiente no te moleste.
Guys, that's the liquid that can protect us in the jungle from all the animals, insects. How can we sleep together in the same tent?
We're too big. It looks like a child's tent. I think when we open it,
We don't fit
we're
in.
definitely not going to feel. We're not going to fit inside.
6'4" both of us.
And also, we're probably going to get
6'4"? Damn, that's almost an entire foot taller than me. Jesus
girls.
Christ.
So,
I'm 5'6".
where are we going to fit the girls in our tent?
I go to their tent.
Dude, this is how you get all the bitches.
We're here in the
Doggy. Oh my god.
I go to their
look.
tent.
No, the poor doggy is just hungry and is eating the garbage. No. Poor little guy. I hope the doggy is okay. Look at this little guy. Poor thing. Oh. Poor stray doggy. I hope that somebody takes that doggy and takes good care of them. Because they deserve to live a happy life, okay? I believe that all dogs are good dogs.
We're here in the market. If we take the basic stuff.
I have given information. You just repeat corporate propaganda. No, I actually don't, right? Like, if you were actually paying attention, you would have noticed the part of the stream where I literally said that I'm in favor of some form of collective ownership, right? Like, that's not what corporations would want, right? Because they want to hoard wealth, and I'm against that. So.
Hungry leg. One. Poquita ropa.
Right.
Poquita ropa y mucha comida.
Guys, basically we're just buying tuna, atún, and bread. The whole city here is monetizing and profiting off the immigrants.
We're
Who could have
in the
guessed?
port. It looks okay, but there's a lot of mafia people here. A lot of mafia here. Dodgy faces.
Careful, they're seeing you with the camera. That guy over there on your right is looking at you with the camera.
No way.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, wait, now that I think of it, I feel like they would be skeptical of somebody with a camera, right? Like if you're like whatever, like you're about to go through the world's deadliest migrant route. It's like, oh shit, like I hope these people aren't feds, you know, they've got their cameras. I hope they're not like trying to like report us or some shit.
No, chicos, 140.
Mass deporting would cost tons of money, plus add all those jobs not being done, millions on unpicked products from farms. Corporations wouldn't be able to stock stores. Yeah.
We are Neko Clean, the spot where all the immigrants from Venezuela and other parts of the world are coming.
Again, like the reason I'm against harming the economy isn't because it harms corporations. I don't give a fuck about corporations, right? It's just it makes everything worse for everybody, right?
And then they take in.
You repeat 100% of corporate propaganda. That's so true. Corporations are constantly saying that actually the world would be better off if the proletariat rised once more and collectively owned the means of production. That's so true. Obviously, I'm being a little bit facetious here. Not usually how I would phrase something, but you get what I mean.
Votes.
It's like I'm not a liberal. I'm a leftist. I'm not in favor of corporations hoarding wealth. I'm in favor of some form of collective ownership, right? I'm in favor of actually electing people for positions of power in corporations rather than whatever, like stockholders. Rather than having like stockholders be the ones that make decisions that are diametrically opposed to the best interest of the workers and the consumers, right? For their own benefit, right? I'd also be in favor of like some sort of I don't know, well fund, maybe perhaps.
To go
I don't know.
over
I don't want to get too much into
there.
it.
That's the Darian jungle, man.
Pastilla para el agua.
Corporations want illegal, alien, cheap labor. Well, I literally described the mechanism through which that can be prevented, but then you were against it for whatever reason.
Gratis.
I don't know which one of us is actually defending corporations here. If I propose something that would actually work.
Ay, gracias, papá. ¿Cuánto tenemos? Oh, guys, the guy just gave
I remember when I was young and dumb. Well, now you're old and dumb and can't engage with a single argument I've
us
made.
these pills so we can throw them inside the water because all
You're defending their slavery because they put a big letter D beside it? What? When did I defend slavery? What are you talking about?
the water in the Darien, they say it's contaminated and we might get sick. Thankfully, this guy now saved us and gave us for free some pills. I never thought about it. ¿El va por Darien? ¿El va por Darien? No. ¿Puede? El niño. Pero va a ganar poco a poco, ¿no?
No, alzado, cargado. Nosotros queremos que se arregle Venezuela.
We want Venezuela to improve so we don't have to leave anymore. Look, it's not a choice for these people. Like, do you think that these people want Venezuela to suck and be a bad place to live? Like, this is something that I saw in chat. Oh, well, why don't you just improve your country? Like, do you think these people want their country to be bad? No. They want their country to improve. They want it to be better. They want it to be livable. But it's currently not. And they want their kids to have opportunities. This guy has a child. He has a little kid. And this kid deserves to have all the opportunities in the world. He doesn't deserve to live in poverty for the rest of his life. He doesn't deserve to not have an education, to not have access to food or clean drinking water. That's not fair to him. Not fair to anybody.
Para no estar saliendo más, mira cómo estamos todos.
Es difícil.
Then why not just stay there and change it instead of coming over here illegally instead of doing it legally? Yeah, because the legal process of immigration is extremely bogged down, right? Like, people aren't just choosing to be illegals. It's just like, okay, it's either that or don't immigrate. And also, you can't single-handedly change a country. Like, what do you want them to do? Like, if I live in Venezuela, okay? What do I do to fix my country? Please give me a step-by-step tutorial to make the living conditions good. Please enlighten me. Anyways.
Cuídate, bro.
Yeah, nothing because you're Venezuelan.
Míralo. How do you feel?
Sad.
Yeah, their countries suck because their leaders suck, let's be honest. Yeah, that's part of it, yeah. I would agree with it. And it's a crap culture. I hope you're joking about that.
Because for us, we're not escaping anything.
Like, what part of their culture entails living in poverty? Please enlighten me. Yes, we have the living in poverty and being hungry culture. That's so true. How did you know?
We're doing this for a completely different reason. We're documenting the stories, but that's important.
Okay, so this right here is kind of what I already figured would happen. You should stop filming us. They're already watching us. Yeah, I kind of figured. Like, these people aren't going to be wanting to be filmed necessarily. They're going to be like, I don't want to get fucking caught. Like, come on. The stakes are pretty high. They're just going to steal your camera. They don't have the ability to improve culture. What does that even mean? They have been hungry and poor for a long time. It's their culture now. Wait, I was saying that as a joke. Wait, hold on. Do you think that being poor is a culture? Like, what are you talking about? That, like, those are their fucking material conditions that they're born into. That doesn't make that their culture. Like, what are you talking about? Nobody is choosing to be poor. Like, what are you saying? Nobody is being poor for fun or because that's a part of their culture.
Pasajeros del bote número 5, atentos al llamado.
No, your economic status is not your culture. It can influence your culture, but it's not your culture in of itself. Like, what?
Formal things in the back. Yamaha.
Like, I don't understand, like, what you're talking about. Like, there are plenty of people that grow up broke, and then they become rich, and their culture does not change, right? Hell, if you look at a lot of the, like, they might have more possessions, they might have more material possessions, but they act exactly the same, right? And, like, culturally, right? Like, if you look at drill rappers that end up being successful, right? Like, they are, like, people that grew up in the worst places in America, in some of the most dangerous areas, and they had to go through that shit, and eventually, if they have a successful career, they become rich, but that doesn't change their culture, right? They still have those experiences, right? But it's not necessarily anything wrong with their culture either, right?
They make so much money out of this situation, guys. Vamos, señor Calvo.
Vamos, señor Timmy.
We all paid here the mafia to get us from the one place to the other and then to the jungle. Pure human trafficking.
Like, I'm sorry, but, like, nobody is gonna do this shit for fun. Like, this looks terrifying. Like, this sounds terrifying. Like, nobody is doing this because, like, oh, we're being greedy and selfish. It's like, this is the only mechanism through which I can provide a better future for my kids. Which, I would argue, not only is that not lazy, not only is that, you know, not selfish, I would argue it is selfless and heroic to go this fucking far to ensure that your child, that your children can have a better future, that your children can live a better life than what you did, that they can have a better education than you. That is the most kind thing you can do. That's not selfish or lazy. That's going out of your way to ensure that your kid has the best life possible because they care about their families. But let me guess, you don't actually care about, whatever, traditional family values. You don't care about families. You don't give a shit. These people care way more about their families than you possibly ever could, considering what they're willing to do for other people. Have they considered coming in legally? Yeah, but it's not viable for everybody. Not everybody has the capacity to legally immigrate. Like, what do you think you could do? Oh, I'm gonna go to the place where you legally immigrate and then write my signature, and now I'm a legal immigrant now. No, that's not how it fucking works. Holy shit, that's like the most brain dead thing I've ever seen.
Things here are very intense, man. We're in this town.
Then don't, Comedia. Yes, just don't allow your child to have a better future.
Kapurgana. Since yesterday, it's been one day.
Yeah, family values for me, but not family values for you.
We're trying to look different.
You're not allowed. You mean like it's not legal? Do you think that legality equals morality?
Ways, different routes to get into the jungle.
Where does all the money come from? What? What are you talking about? They'd be both workers and consumers. Like what? They generate. They generate wealth. What are you talking about? What? Taking our jobs? There's literally a worker shortage. So no, this is a lie.
So now, guys, we're one of the.
They're taking our jobs, even though there's literally a worker shortage. Yeah, okay.
Mafia guys. He told us.
Or maybe you're just not working.
Let's get another route, all the way to Darien.
Esta manilla se la van a poner cuando estén en carreto, que ya me lo reciba el guía. Ya. Cuando ya lo reciba el guía, que los va a recibir allá, los va a recibir, no sé cuánto se llama, Juan López. Juan López. Esto guárdenlo bien. No.
They do not generate wealth for anyone besides the corporations? What are you talking about? The reason that corporations generate a disproportionate amount of wealth there is because they're able to pay them unfair wages. But I proposed a solution to that, but you were against it because, why don't they just deport them? Because that literally de-incentivizes the entire fucking... The entire fucking point of going and saying, hey, by the way, I'm getting paid an unfair wage. That it de-incentivizes that. I literally proposed an idea to fundamentally alter the incentive structure, but then you're like, no, that would be bad because they don't deserve to get paid more. Well, then your fucking argument is bullshit. Your solution isn't realistic. How is it unrealistic? What are the issues with it? Please tell me. Is it impossible for the government to be like, okay, so in this specific instance, if a, I don't know, if an undocumented immigrant, shows us, oh, hey, by the way, this corporation is, paying, you, significantly under minimum wage, and, yeah, therefore, hoarding that wealth and, harming the economy as a result, then we won't deport you because then we can, enforce, certain regulations on that corporation, right? Like, that would be perfectly reasonable. I don't see what the issue is. Like, what? I just don't get what your point is. You are 13 years old. I'm 20. WTF do you know? Incredible counter-argument, truly. Dude, I don't know why people think that I'm, like, a kid. Like, I'm an adult. Like, what? Like, what is this argument? Like, even if I was a kid, like, it wouldn't matter. Like, that wouldn't change the logic and reasoning behind my argument. It's like, you just can't engage, can you? Like, you think that, like, you think that, like, I don't know, some sort of ad hominem fallacy is like a good counter-argument, but it's really not. Anyways. Let's see here. Yeah, exactly. Like, you could be 6 or 60 and your argument is just as valid if you're using the same logic and reasoning. It's the hormone blockers. Yeah, but I started transitioning at 19. I'm 20 now. I've been on HRT for like a year and a half. I don't think it makes me look that much younger. You argue like you're 6. This is true, by the way. Every 6-year-old is pointing out logical fallacies when they debate people. That's what, dude. Yeah, dude, every 6-year-old is like, well, you see. So this is actually a perfect example of the ad populum fallacy. So whether or not like a plurality of people deem something to be moral or correct is not ultimately what determines the correctness of the position. Yeah, that's exactly what a 6-year-old sounds like. That's so true. Was it this part at 20? I was just playing GTL all day. Real. Stop trying to sound like Destiny. How am I trying to sound like Destiny? Do you think that, like, the only person that does debate is Destiny? Bro, I haven't even debated in, like, a year. Bro. I stopped taking debate seriously over a year ago at this point. Maybe less than a year ago. I don't know. I was never even that good of a debater. What are you on about? Fucking stop trying to sound like Destiny. Dude, what if I'm actually trying to sound like the YouTuber Bunk Politics? You ever thought of that? Dude, I'm actually trying to sound like Bunk when I say that. All right? That's right. I would never be a Destiny clone. All right? I would only be a Bunk Politics clone or a synth clone, all right? Do you take Adderall and let your wife cuck you like Destiny too? I have ADHD, okay? So I do take Adderall. But I speak just as fast when I'm off Adderall. I'm not even joking. Like, there was literally a point in time where I ran out of Adderall and I was off of it for like multiple months. And let's just say in my content, I was talking just as fast, roughly the same way. My thought process was just slightly foggier. Anyways. Let's see here. Let's continue. Sorry. Dude, I need to pee. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna let the video play while I pee.
No lo dejen ver de la guardia ni nada.
No, se lo ponen allá.
Se lo ponen allá. Guárdenlo bien guardado. Que no se lo pidan a
Juan López.
Solo con él.
Solo con él.
No se
A los 2 días.
Cuando ya estén con Juan López, cuando ya estén con Juan López, se ponen la manilla. Cuando estén en la casa de él.
Okay, gracias, señor.
So now we're doing it. So now I'm just going me and Mr. Gold. We don't know where we're going. We just trusted the random mafia guy, smuggler. We paid him a couple of bucks. Loads of actually. And now we hope all good. Oh my god, man. Where we're going now, we're gonna see an indigenous guy, it's called Juan Lopez. We have some specific braces that Baldy saved in his pocket. We got some extra money to give to him. And we just go. Basically now that's human trafficking in real life. ¿Es seguro, señor? Seguro. ¿Seguro? Now it's over. Now anything we do is completely illegal. We have the same luck as the average Venezuelan, Iranian, or Pakistani or Vietnamese immigrant. And we hope all good. What happened? Broke? Oh, mate, the machine is broken.
This bloody shit.
Nice start. Nice start. Fuck. Bro, you know what scares me? Why were they the only one? We're supposed to be with many tourists. Guys, that's what scares me, man. We're supposed to be with lots of immigrants. 2,000 people are crossing daily Darien jungle. Guys, I swear to God, we never ask for privacy. We want to be with the immigrants like yesterday in a place you saw. No life jackets, nasty, deadly boat, 80-year-old driver. Fuck.
¿Ahora dónde? Ahorita,
Sí,
¿dónde?
ahorita ahí te están esperando ya.
Ya.
Te embarcan en otro bote y te llevan allá.
We arrived in a small beach town that hopefully we're gonna meet some other mafia guys that will take us from here. Well, now we're fucked. This thing is like a movie, man. We got caught from the Panamanian army, man. And now they send us back to Colombia. We spent the whole night on a Panamanian prison because obviously we entered the country illegally. The army got us, put us in this nasty cell. It really felt like a movie. I was scared, Benny was scared. We couldn't phone call anyone.
Keep in mind that all of this is, if you haven't noticed, really, like all of this is really dangerous, right? This is like This isn't fun stuff. Illegally immigrating, again, isn't something people do out of laziness or for fun or because it's easy. They do it because it's literally the only option to provide a better future for their family. That's it.
And now they decided to deport us. They said, if they catch us again.
So.
And now they decided to deport us.
Hold on. I look at this building. Is this an area that you want to live in and raise a family? Is this where you want to raise your kids? Like, if there were two options, okay? For starting a family, it's you raise them fucking here, okay? In buildings that look like this, or you illegally immigrate and provide a better future for your family. What do you think sounds better? Like, what would you rather do if those are the two options? Because legally immigrating is not an option for these people. They are not able to. The process of immigration is so fucking bogged down. Don't be dumb. Illegal aliens don't get social security benefits. People in chat, they don't get anything yet still pay taxes. Yeah, that's another thing I've seen. Yeah, dude, like, they're gonna get all the benefits without paying taxes. Like, no, it's actually the literal fucking opposite. But okay, like, aside from maybe income tax, but they're gonna be paying things like sale tax, property tax, etc.
They said, if they catch us again, we're gonna have to pay thousands of dollars fine.
Keep in mind that most people are not gonna have that money to pay, so you're gonna be fucked. Like, you're gonna be like, like, this is so fucking risky.
What we did yesterday was human trafficking. Mate, was human trafficking. So now, obviously, we don't want to give up. We came here for a reason. So basically, today, a few hours before, we found another smuggler, mafia guy. We have to trust him. And
if they get benefits, they'll get them for their children who are proper citizens. Yeah, keep in mind, if they have children that are proper citizens and they're not proper citizens, yeah, their children might get benefits because they're citizens, but they're not going to.
He said there's another way to go, Darien, with some mottos.
Wow, they pay a full $256 sales tax? Do you think that that's what you would buy in a year? Like, do you just, like, buy, like, one item at the grocery store and then that's your yearly sales tax is yeah, you buy, like, 2 or 3 items at the store. It's a lot more than $256. If we're talking, hold on, sales tax and property tax, like, you realize as a consumer, you pay tax. That's gonna be a lot more than $2.56. That's fucking crazy.
I go tomorrow, find the base camp of other immigrants, and then we start the Darian Gap journey. They told us it's very dangerous, extremely dangerous, especially for us gringos, who might.
I'm not talking about sales tax, I'm talking about real taxes, duh. Well, I was bringing up sales tax as, like, one example of, like, a tax that you necessarily would have to pay, right? Not every tax that you pay is going to be income tax, right? So I believe it's the case that they don't pay income tax, though they get paid half of minimum wage. So there's that. So it doesn't really matter. Maybe not exactly half of minimum wage, right? They get paid fuck all. It could actually be less than that. But again, they still contribute to the economy.
Never make it, who can get robbed, kidnapped, or even killed.
Like, again, it's far more difficult to live as an illegal immigrant than to live as a legal immigrant. Like, that's just a fact. But if it is not possible for you or viable for you to become a legal immigrant, then you have no choice but to immigrate illegally if you're going to immigrate.
It's not a joke. I'm scared, but because I'm...
Oh, okay, you weren't responding to me, I see.
Mr. Bold, who's even worse than me. Reckless, guys. He's reckless. That's why he's the top Jew of traveling, actually. I cannot disappoint him, and we decided we're gonna give it a try, trust another smuggler, and we're gonna do it again.
Let's try.
Again tomorrow, bro. Amigos, it's
Sorry, I'm late. Never feel the need to apologize. You can tune in and out whenever you feel.
It's 1 a.m. We're still waiting for the mafia guy to confirm us that we're gonna go and do the second secret route to enter Darien jungle. It's pure stress, because we don't know what's happening. We already paid.
Ok, bueno, entonces, descanse que alguna cosa yo voy y le toco la puerta, listo. Descanse, ya sabe que si no le toco la puerta es porque no hubo salida.
I don't knock on your doors because we're not leaving yet. So tomorrow we'll talk about the route.
You see, he said, keep waiting, you can get rest,
but maybe it's been cancelled, which means again we lost our money. But that's how it works, guys. That's how mafia works. You pay. If it happens, good. If it doesn't happen, you have to change the route, pay again. So how can I sleep when I know anytime he can knock the door and we go straight to the jungle? Reggaeton por siempre. Batman new album just got released.
That's so random. I love that.
And that gives
Dude, I love how he's talking about like, oh yeah, dude. I'm like, dude, you have to like see like, okay, it's like work like with like the mafia and whatnot, and then it's like, oh yeah, dude, new Bad Bunny release, let's go. Dude, I love that. Dude, that's awesome. I'm gonna like the video just for that. And because it's super high effort. I would never do a video like this. Holy shit. Motorcycle accident. Next morning, cartel smugglers took us to the first camp, where we met other immigrants and started the Darian hike pretending to be Russian refugees. They had no clue we were YouTubers. Hold on, wait. What was... Dude, wait, I think I missed something. Hold on. Oops. From now on, our lives are on the mafia's hands. But apparently illegal immigrants are lazy. I guess.
Guys, already an accident. We fell down with a motorman. I got injured. Right here.
That looks not fun. Bro, how do you even get medical attention in that case?
Ahora estamos en Darien dentro, ¿no? Sí. Yes.
I guess there's not much you can do. If it gets infected, I mean, oh well. I'm pretty lazy, not gonna lie. Yeah, me too. Honestly, considering the amount of effort that these people are going through, like, I feel like they have more of a right to be in the country. Like, they actually had to try to get in here. Like, what the fuck did we do? Oh, we were fucking born here. Like, that's super easy. I mean, I'm gonna be real. Like, if you're putting this much effort to get into the country, I mean, I feel like you kind of deserve to be in the country after putting forth all that effort and risking your life. Like, I didn't risk my life to get in here. I was fucking born here, man. I was lucky. Hey, Fem, isn't the current waves of Venezuelan immigrants Trump's? Maybe? I'm not sure. I don't have enough knowledge on that specific matter. So, it could be. I don't know. I don't know. I would have to look it up. That's the thing, is even if it's convenient for my argument, I'm not going to say something unless I know that it's the case, right? I still operate in good faith. So for people that disagree with me, it's like, okay.
Guys, now our lives...
He passed a law in 2021, I believe. Yeah, I'd have to look into that. I'm not...
He's on the hands of actually these guys. There is no loss here anymore. And my only guarantee is the money I paid. Guys, we made to the first camp, man. We can barely...
Like, you have to realize, like, look at them. They're fucking... Hold on. Like, they're literally walking through water, okay? Like, okay, look. I get it, okay? Maybe you have some negative beliefs about illegal immigrants, but Jesus Christ, alright? Don't pretend like you would even go this fucking far. You'd be like, dude, I'm not walking in the river. I don't want to get my shoes and socks wet, okay? Let's be real. You're fucking lazy. You fucking sit inside, alright? Come on. You wouldn't even want to get your socks wet, alright? Come on. And you know what? I wouldn't either, okay? I wouldn't want to get my socks wet either, okay? I would probably just die, okay? I would rot and die, alright? That's what I would do. Don't you sit inside? Yes.
Guys, we made to the first camp, man. We can barely film here because full of smugglers and mafia. Oh yeah, we're gonna stay here for the rest of the night. ¿Cómo se siente, señor Pagalvo?
I mean, it was a little bit scary when the guy in the cafe, I'll explain. We went to a cafe, just here, cafe shed, and the guy was like, "You're French." I went, "No." He went, "You're German." Definitely German. I was like, no.
The stocks stay... Wait, what?
Listen, I'm Russian. But it made the that's why I've taken off my things. I look too French, like I've got a cravat.
So yeah, guys, we had to do some method acting for like 10 minutes. The guy was asking us a lot of questions, where we're from, and Bold was saying he's Russian. I also said I'm Russian, and Bold is my uncle. And how I learned Spanish? I was in the Canary Islands for a year, illegally, and that's how I learned Spanish. And also I love reggaeton, I told him, and we broke the ice a little bit with a smuggler.
That looks like a fun shower, huh?
¿Cuál es tu nombre, señor?
Like again, like these are the conditions that these people live in, and it's like what is the point of shitting on these people when it's like, holy shit, this is what they have to go through. Like these are their conditions that they're living in. This is what they have to fucking do, and that they go through an exorbitant amount of effort to get into a country that's safer, that has more opportunities, that gives an opportunity for a safe, happy life with an education for their child, and it's like you're gonna shit on them for that? Oh, they're fucking lazy. Oh, they should get deported. It's like the lack of empathy is unreal.
Timmy.
Illegally? Do you think that legality equals morality? Like, come on, this is a fucking joke. Yeah, I know that, like, this is, like, the only way that they can get out of poverty and give their child an opportunity for success, but, like, what about the law, bruh? What about my legal system? Like, I don't fucking care about the legal system. I care what's morally correct. Put effort into coming into the country legally. Do you think that's just, like, viable for everybody? Do you think that it's not extremely bogged down and difficult to go through the legal process to a point where it's impossible for many people? Like, holy shit, this is the most brain-dead thing ever. That's like, oh, what, you're homeless? Well, why don't you just buy a house, bro? Like, holy shit, it's like the same... Like it's like engaging with like the same thing intellectually. Like it's an intellectual vacuum that I'm arguing against.
Timmy, ¿les gusta? Ay, señor Rodriguez is gonna fix my leg, man.
He wants me to do it.
Ah, él lo hace.
Okay, I'm glad that at least he gets his leg treated. I feel like there'd be a lot of cases in which that wouldn't get treated in something like this.
Yeah, I'm gonna squirt it.
Oh shit.
I don't know what that is, but...
I can't touch that, I'll fucking kill you.
Did they even clean it up? Oh, I think they did. That was, yeah, we saw him clean it up with the water, okay. That's what it was. So it wasn't like a full-on shower.
I think that he helped us, man. Is any mafia behind me? No.
No?
Behind me? No.
No.
Guys, now...
This country is literally built off the backs of immigrants. We can handle more.
I want to make the tent. I have no clue how to do it, bro. Do you? No clue, right?
No idea. Do you wear it? I don't know what you do.
And you just lay down. Okay, I'm gonna help.
I'm so confused. I would not be able to figure it out myself.
Fuck it.
So put your one in a hole there.
Look there.
Like 2 of us to me.
Oh shit,
Two,
man.
6.
Wait, how did they? Okay, I don't know how they. Okay, whatever.
5 people in a children's tent.
Dude, dude, would I be able to fit? Well, I mean, they're 6'5", so.
That they bought from toy.
I feel like I would be able to fit in there, nice and comfy. I hope.
Boys are us.
Dude, I mean, it'd probably be uncomfortable for the other people if they're like 6'5", but at least I get to be comfy. Though I guess if they're in there as well, then maybe I'd have less room. Dude.
Guys, next to me, all the smugglers on the right side. They're all chilling, listening to music. And basically, they're in charge of us right now. If they decide that we do something bad, filming, or they feel scared, they have the right to even kill us or harm us.
But guys, they're definitely just, you know, it's just that illegal immigrants are so lazy, you know, that they're willing to risk getting fucking killed, you know?
So right
yeah,
now,
that's what you do if you're lazy and just don't care. Oh, dude, why do you just legally immigrate? Like, bro. Yeah, because illegally immigrating is so fun. They do it for funsies. They risk their life for funsies, obviously. Come on.
In the middle of Darian, the only thing that keeps us alive and safe is this little brace that proves we are protected from the cartel.
Fair enough. Where Republicans are very stupid. I think that Republicans in general are very stupid. It's not exclusive to any race, for that matter. Anyways.
Maybe get some coffee. How you feel, Senor Bond?
Tired, but excited.
Yeah. They're doing it for Vine. They're doing it for the bit.
I'm scared. I'm still worried every minute.
But God, they're doing it to leech off of welfare because of how lazy they are. Don't you see?
Stay low key. We'll see how.
It's like, dude, it's like, how can anybody see this and actually believe that? Bro, I would not want to walk in that. I would be so terrified. I'd be like, hey, can you please carry me? And they'd be like, no, I'm tired. And I'd be like, okay. And I would really struggle.
It's difficult, man. There's full of mafia around, taking on us. Oh, shit.
I don't like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. They're doing it to own the libs.
Guys, we
True.
made it to the Panama.
Poor Femi. No, not poor Femi. Poor these people. They have to do that. That's like if I was there, okay? But I'm not there. I'm lucky. I'm born into this good country where I have opportunities to live and be happy. Like these people have to go through this to even get close to that. R.I.P. Femi, she drowned in mud. Dude, I'd be so scared to go through that, and I wouldn't like it.
Colombia border. Only
I feel like you don't like walking anywhere. I don't mind walking. I do mind walking in things that are disgusting, but it's like these people have no choice. And it's like, dude, like I feel like I'm very privileged to be able to be like, yeah, like I just don't have to walk in mud like that. You know, I don't have to do shit like that. And it's like I wouldn't do that, but it's like it's mud lol. I wouldn't want to walk in it. It's so squishy and gross.
legal.
Ben, how you feel, man? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel.
So it's like if I'm not even willing to walk in the fucking mud, but I'm born here, I guess that automatically means I'm like more worthy of being in this country. Like again, that doesn't make any sense.
Ну, я не знаю, что говорить. Ну, все хорошо, в принципе, все хорошо. It's a hell of an adventure, and it's only going to get harder.
Bro, it's full of kids and people.
This is
Bro, like imagine being a kid, okay? And you're going through the deadliest migrant route, okay? And then with your parents, okay? You're a child, okay? And you and your parents are going through that. And then it's like you get to America, you finally have an opportunity, and then your parents get deported because and maybe you get I don't know if the kid would also get deported, but the parents definitely get deported in that case. And it's like, oh, because you're illegal. And it's like, imagine being the kid. Imagine being the kid going through all of that for nothing or to lose their parents. Are you fucking kidding me? That's insane. That's fucked. Imagine having to go through that. Like, again, the lack of empathy on the end of a lot of conservatives is crazy. It's just like zero empathy
really
for these
history.
people. Zero understanding for what these people go through. And it's like, can you have some basic human decency? Like just any basic human decency, like any amount of empathy for these people and what they actually have to go through and how much more difficult their lives are than anything you've ever done. Them going through the Darian Gap is far more difficult and painful and challenging than anything you've ever done in your life. Far more dangerous and risky than anything you've ever done. You've never done anything this high effort. Be honest.
We're witnessing here all these people leaving different countries, but all going to one place with one dream. Yeah, it's
USA.
USA.
Open your home, you hypocrite. My home isn't a country, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ.
Oh shit.
No, Femi, they voted for rapists. They don't have compassion for such things. That's true.
Non-stop walk through the Darian jungle.
I would not want to, I would, like, be honest, okay? For the people in chat that are like, actually, illegal immigrants should all get deported. Like, would you walk through all this fucking, would you be like, no, I don't want to walk through the water. It's gonna get my socks wet, okay? Be honest.
Guys, I'm barely feeling.
So you won't house these poor immigrants? What do you think I am, made of money? Yeah, if I was fucking rich, I would actually, yeah, I would house homeless people, immigrants, etc. If I had the capacity to do that. Yeah, I would probably make homeless shelters. That is something I would do, yeah. That's actually not unreasonable to expect of a rich person that makes an exorbitant amount of wealth, right? We're talking about like a country, right? We're not talking about an individual person. I don't know what I, as an individual person, what I, a 20-year-old live streamer that has an unstable source of income, am meant to do for immigrants. Like, what do you expect somebody to do if they're 20? Come on.
because the mafia guys are around us all the time. They don't let us film. Don't forget, it's not a easy, chilled trek. This is human trafficking in real life. Ay. Saluda.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not gonna let anybody in my house, period, right? Because it's not my house either, right? I don't live on my own. So, like, I don't know what you want me to do. I pay rent, yeah, but I don't live on my own. Like, what the fuck do you want me to do about that? Like, I can't, in the current position I am in, house anybody, regardless of who they are.
A mi mamá de Rusia. Sí. Mucha basura, ¿no?
But you know what? If somebody were to house illegal immigrants, that would be a kind thing to do. I think that housing anybody that needs housing is kind. And you know what? When I'm older and when I have more financial stability, I do want to do that. I think that's reasonable. To want to do that. To want to do good things. To want to be kind. Is it not? I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'm too optimistic.
No? There's so many.
Let's raise a fund. Dude, maybe I should start, maybe I should start doing fundraiser streams. That could be fun. I mean, I don't know. It's like, here's the thing, though. I have to save money. Because some streams, I'll get more money. And some streams are like this, where I haven't gotten a single dono, right? It really depends on the stream, right? This isn't really a full-time job yet. Unfortunately. If you want to help change that, though, Streamlabs link in the pinned message, streamlabs.com/Femyoz. If you want to help support me, if you want me to be able to continue to stream every day, and yeah, any and all donations are very much appreciated. Obviously, don't donate if you are not super financially stable, but if you have the ability to throw money my way and you're feeling kind and you want to, no pressure, of course, then you're more than welcome to do so. But again, all of that money goes towards me, the channel, my ability to stream on a daily basis without getting another job. Oh my god, imagine getting a real job. Obviously, if I don't make enough money, then that's what I will do, and then I won't have as much time to stream, and that's fine. But I'm just throwing it out there, right? These guys probably think Harriet Tubman is a bad person for helping slaves. Right. But guys, it's illegal, so therefore bad. Like, oh my god, the poor kid has like mud all over their legs. Like, and now maybe I'm like very fucking like autistic, but that would like really bother me, okay? Like, this just goes to show, like, there's like a huge disconnect between what these people go through and what we have to go through. They have to go through so much more. The least we can do is have empathy for them. Come on. Come on, people. Let's have a little bit of empathy. How do I super chat? Okay, super chats are not enabled on this channel, sadly, because my channel isn't monetized, but the Streamlabs link is in the pinned message. If you're on mobile and you can't click it, then you could also type it manually, streamlabs.com/Femyoz, or you could click on my channel. The first link in the About section is my Streamlabs link, streamlabs.com/Femyoz. I read any and all donations, even if it's just $1. Any and all contributions are always appreciated. With that being said, let's continue. Dude, I think I hadn't even promoted my Streamlabs at all this stream. If I'm gonna tell YouTube to monetize you, oh, I fucking have. They won't because I'm too edgy. I've made too many edgy jokes. Like, going through a dangerous path and having to get your... Even, dude, I'm sorry, but like, that's the thing, is like, something as insignificant as getting my fucking socks wet would be enough to upset me. And then it's like, these people have to go through fucking this shit. And that's like the least of their worries. YouTube doesn't like queer people. This is true, by the way. Dear Lord. Damn, dude. The migrant feet pics before GTA 6 was not something I expected. Oh my god, that does not look pleasant.
Mr. Bold, how do you feel?
Exhausted, afraid.
I think that everybody there would feel exhausted and afraid. Fungus feet, dear lord, fam.
Moving again. When you stop is when you start thinking.
This place is a disaster, bro. We need to stay in this.
I don't know if I talk really fast, but I think she talks normal and maybe even a little slow. I would say that I talk normally or slightly faster than normal. Do you normally watch videos at 2 times speed? Because that could also play a role in that. I also tend to watch videos a little bit sped up. So my talking speed in comparison to the person I'm watching might be, like, I try to match it, but sometimes it might be a little bit faster because I normally watch things at least 2 times speed. I literally have a plugin in Chrome to make it go faster than that too. So
This place for the next 15 hours. Señor Calvo.
Señor Timmy.
can you watch the Logan Paul video? No. I'm not watching the Logan Paul video. I uploaded the Logan Paul Force video without it being taken down. Okay.
This is the most stressful night of my life. The mafia guys are checking us, walking around. It's a constant stress. We're literally in the hands of the smugglers.
Like, I guarantee you all the anti-immigrant people have never experienced this amount of stress.
Anytime our identities can be exposed, and then the worst can happen.
Red light is creepy.
Because people coming here every day. That's it. This is our camp, so look at all the trash here. Contamination of the jungle. Salud. Arusia. Many people have lost their lives.
Yes, they have bisexual lighting in Venezuela, yeah.
On this route here, we just saw a dead body.
No, Bombastic, I actually don't want to see the Logan Paul Suicide Forest video. I'd actually rather not watch that on stream. It's actually not what I want to do. I actually don't want to see a dead body. Like, oh my god.
Pasando la montaña.
Who would have guessed that somebody that's insensitive enough to film a dead body and upload it to YouTube for views ended up being a Trump supporter?
No, pero vamos bien. Con nuestro amigo y colega ruso. Saludos, vamos bien.
Vamos, bro. Vamos. Poco a poco.
It's a dangerous place to be, the Darien.
It's a dead body.
Bro, like, look at how, like, right, like, and this is, like, there's, like, garbage everywhere, and look, like, it, like, clearly it's, like, 1 billion degrees there. Look at how sweaty he is. Look at his shirt. This is what these people have to go through. I just can't understand not empathizing. I don't know. Maybe I just don't know what it's like to not have empathy, but I'm pretty sure that everybody, like, most people have empathy, right? I hope. I would hope that other people have enough empathy to understand the amount of pain and suffering these people go through. Like, it shouldn't take that much empathy to realize that, yeah, this is difficult. These people aren't bad people. They're going through a lot. Their circumstances have brought them to desperation. And you want to ruin their lives because, actually, they're illegal. When they don't even have the option to legally immigrate? Maybe you should help them. What do you want me to do? I am a 20-year-old live streamer. I can barely support myself. What the fuck do you want me to do?
Body, mate. Another one.
We didn't ruin their lives. I'm not saying you personally did, but I said that in terms of the people that are in favor of them getting deported. Yeah, they're in favor of their lives being ruined. Like, I don't know how you see this, and I'm showing, like, what these people actually go through, and it's like, you still don't have empathy. It's like, are you, like, an actual sociopath or something? Like, you don't at all have any amount of empathy, or even the slightest modicum of sympathy, despite seeing visually what you actually have to go through and how fucking difficult this is, and seeing, like, oh shit, like, this is, like, actually kind of terrifying what these people have to go through. Like, oh shit, this actually isn't fun. This actually isn't a walk in the park.
El famoso ruso.
Womp womp, not our problem. Stay in Mexico. Yeah, the lack of empathy is actually crazy. Dude, I love how you say that when they're literally they're coming from Venezuela, but the fact that you don't even Also, thank you, Anthony, for the $5. You beautiful fucking bastard saying Trump wears stinky diapers. I agree, Anthony. Trump does wear stinky diapers. Feel free to request a Skirt Go Spinny. You know what? I'm actually going to do one regardless, because I haven't shown my fit. I gotta be careful though, because this one is quite short. It's this outfit. Yay! I love this outfit. This outfit is so fun. Don't you think? I think it is. Oh. Anyways, let's continue. Donate half of that to illegal immigrants. You know I have to support myself, right? And if I can't support myself, then what the fuck do you want me to do? Hell yeah. W, Anthony, for donating. Cute outfit. You're beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. I love the fishnets. Thank you, Lime.
Привет всем. Привет.
Guys, last night, as I said, I couldn't sleep at all. It was the most stressful day of
W fit W. Don't know. Hell yeah.
my life. We had the mafia guys following us in every step. They put me in the corner and they were asking questions. Why you're here? Why you filming all this kind of stuff? I freaked.
Ooh, that's a good question from EXE. Yeah, if they're so lazy and you don't want them coming here, why don't you fix their country? Like, I mean, you've said, oh, well, why don't they fix their country? Well, clearly, you know, you care so much, so go to their country and fix it yourself. Right?
Please.
Looks good on you. Thank you.
Cold, and I stopped filming.
We literally enter wars we have no business being in, profit off of natives in whatever way we can, and then we leave them with their government in shambles. Yeah, exactly. But heaven forbid they want to provide a better life for their kids. Because apparently that's very evil of them.
I was scared to death, because they also said,
maybe they should have a revolution. Yeah, bro. Well, you don't like something, or your country is, like, nearly impossible to live in without starving? Well, why don't you just start a revolution, bro? Oh, yeah, dude. I didn't think of that. Let me go start a revolution right now. Thank you. Thank you for your incredible suggestion. Yeah, that's what everybody is. Everyone is just able to start a revolution. That's so true.
Which means have an eye on the Russian guy.
Why don't you go to if it's so important, then why don't you go to their country and start a revolution? Why don't you do that? Maybe that's what you should do. You know, if you want there to be a revolution, go to Venezuela and start a revolution. Do it. I dare you. You know, you care so much about you know, protecting America from illegal immigrants. So why don't you go to Venezuela and you start a revolution, since it's that easy? What video are you watching? I'm watching one from Timmy Karter called Surviving the World's Deadliest Migrant Route, the Darian Gap.
Be careful.
Yeah, you won't do it. Because it's actually not as easy as starting a revolution. Dude, imagine, you'd get so much fucking credit. You'd be like, yeah, I'm the guy that started a revolution and fixed the country. Dude, wouldn't that be so awesome? Oh, but you actually can't do that. You actually can't do that. Oh, damn. It's actually not as easy as just, well, why don't you just start a revolution, bro? I'm not Venezuelan, I can't vote there. Holy shit. Do you think that a single person voting is gonna completely start a revolution? Bro, what? So now you've moved the goalpost from starting a revolution, which doesn't require votes, to, well, I can't vote there. What? Apparently you need to vote to start a revolution? What? Since when? People start revolutions in countries where you can't vote. Like, what are you talking about? Did you want there to be a revolution? Oh, if it's so easy to start a revolution, go to Venezuela and start a revolution yourself then. Start a revolution for the people, and then they won't immigrate or whatever because their country's going to be so great. Why not? I guess they aren't allowed to change things without a revolution. What? Do you think that they have like a super democratic government? You don't think there's a modicum of authoritarianism going on? Well, dude, why do they keep voting for Kim Jong-un in North Korea, bro? Dude, if their country is so bad, then just don't vote for Kim Jong-un, bro. Dude, it's like, what? That's crazy. Why would you keep voting for him? This guy is bad. Like, what are you saying? Who said that? No, I'm drawing a comparison. Do you think that every country you could just vote the problems away? Oh, if you get a majority of people voting something, you don't think that like you don't think the Venezuelan government is like authoritarian at all? You don't think that there's like any issues or any corruption? You just think it's perfectly fine, and like if enough people vote for like, I don't know, a better healthcare or better policies or more freedom or better education or better infrastructure, you think that's just gonna like happen? Okay. Right. Right. Yeah, glad to know you know. I'm sure you know a lot about Venezuelan politics too, you know. If you think that simply a majority of people voting a certain way is gonna, like, whatever, completely fix the country. After you realized how absurd it is to say that, actually, they should start a revolution. I'm like, why don't you go there and start a revolution? And then it's like, well, actually, I'm gonna move the goalpost. But okay. Venezuela is communist. It's not communist.
Cuidado,
Okay.
Muy difícil, pero
Poco a poco.
listo morir.
We're the first persons, all of us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 10 persons who made it first. More caminates are coming. So now we have a bigger group, which is safer for us. Because they told us, since now we have no mafia around us, anytime indigenous people can show up out of nowhere, like in the movies, and rob all of us. So it's good to have more people coming.
You know, that's definitely, you know, something you would risk if you're lazy, obviously.
In case of a indigenous robbery.
Yeah. 33 makes a good point. You know what? Actually, why don't you just pray, okay? Why don't you just, like, stop talking my chat? Just pray for the government to get better, okay? That works every time. All right? Read chat. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I not read chat for 2 seconds? Was that like was that too long? Are you that attention deprived?
Así es. Así, Ronaldo, ¿cómo?
Dude, I am trans Draco Malfoy. This is true.
He did it. Darien, bro, lo logramos. Y ahora del otro hermano. ¿Y Messi cómo hace?
Yes, you guys do need attention. You guys are such attention whores. What the fuck? It's Drake. Yeah, dude, it's me. Draco Malfoy. I've become transgender. That's right. Dude, Draco Malfoy, the actor who played him, dude, once he grew up, bro, dude, I'm not gonna say anything, but, like, come on. Alright. Not a bad looking dude is all I'm gonna say. Thank you, Crypto, for the $1, saying, free Palestine, look up what is happening in the Netherlands. And Israeli soccer team fans attacking people with Palestine flags. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with that. I might look into that on a separate stream. Right now, I'm mainly focusing on immigration right now. But if I keep delving into politics, then that's definitely something worth looking into. Though I will say that the whole Israel-Palestine thing has been covered to death, and there's other conflicts around the world, so it's like, it's important, yeah. I agree with it being important, but I don't know what I can say that hasn't already been said. Like, people have already debated this issue to death. People have already talked about it. People already have infinitely more knowledge on than me on it. But are you assuming my identity? Yes, Bob Ross. I assume that you identify as Bob Ross himself. That's right.
Así. Bold is helping the kids. Man, this is very dangerous, guys. I cannot believe how they're gonna make it. All these families with the kids, carrying lots of stuff.
But apparently people illegally immigrate for fun. Bro, women do not wear bells. This is true. Only the most masculine of men wear bell collars that people buy for them on throne.com. Anyways.
Guys, fucking crazy. We just helped 2 kids. We cannot help everyone.
I hope everybody makes it out alive. Personally, I love the bell. Thank you. I'd wear a bell. See, Lime is a cis woman and she'd wear it.
Kids, man. Let's go help them, man. Fucking nothing. Nothing, man. Fuck it.
Yeah, no woman on earth has ever even bought a bell to wear it. That's a fact, you know. It's cuter on Fem, though. Yes, the Streamlabs link is pinned if you're looking to join, as AC points out.
We're just crossing rivers, man. It's super difficult. People have died this way. I was very stressed before. We were helping people non-stop. Babies were screaming. Women were screaming. And all of us, the men, were trying to help them. Nightmare.
Oh, insane. I've never seen anything like it. 10 times worse than I was imagining.
stuck here. We need to go up there. I've lost completely bold. Maybe I'm 2 hours behind because I'm with all the kids. Vamos.
Like, does this look fun to you? Does this look not scary or dangerous at all? It's people are illegally immigrating for fun to live off of welfare. This is what
Very,
people
very
do.
dangerous, guys. Look at this woman. She got injured yesterday. Now she's struggling. We all of us help her, but we cannot help her all the time.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, chat, this looks like a very high effort way of supposedly being lazy or whatever. Like, this is, I don't know, to me this looks like the opposite of being lazy.
Espera que te ayudo. We have 20 minutes more of daylight, so we have to stay here. Mate, we're destroyed, man. Look how we clean our water. Basically, we throw this little pastilla, pill, so the water from the Rio, which is super dirty, they say now it's gonna be clean. They say, supposedly.
Supposedly, but I don't know how much I would trust that. It's supposed to wait half an hour, then you could drink it. Like these are like this is something that people do out of desperation, not for fun. Like, what do you want them to do? Oh, well, yeah, but like, why don't you stay in your country and then vote and then hope that the person you voted for gets elected and then makes your country slightly worse, maybe, hopefully, if they even get elected. Like, that's not a fair standard to have. And nor is, oh, well, why don't you just start a revolution? Okay, go to their country, start a revolution, please.
So wait half an hour, then you can drink it. Let's
Yes.
see.
Vamos a ver. 12 more hours in this tent.
So you think that they should just like stay in their country and just like not provide their family an opportunity for a better life and just starve, I guess? Okay. So glad to see you have so much human compassion. Glad to see you're a very empathetic person that cares about the well-being of other humans.
Hopefully tomorrow we're done. This is our biggest fear. Have another day in the jungle.
Senor Bolt eating breakfast in the jungle of Darien.
Desperation, coming here because of gang activity in your country or because you are poor, are not legitimate claims for asylum. Hold on, you do realize that, like, if somebody is starving to death and they have a family and they want to provide opportunities for their family members, those are perfectly valid reasons to want to immigrate, legally or not. I'm sorry, but that's just a fact. Like, you just don't have compassion. You're, oh yeah, why don't they and their kids just all starve, I guess? Just let them all starve. Stay in your country and starve. Like, that's cruel. Why are you in favor of cruelty? What do you get out of it? What do you get out of wanting to spread cruelty? I don't understand. Why can't you just have some basic human compassion for these people? Yeah, they're true. They have soccer over there. That's so true.
Would you give to Timmy some tuna?
No. Because Timmy gave away one of our cans of tuna to a random camel. He said, yeah, have a can of tuna. So now I'm going to go hungry today because he gave away my tuna.
Yeah, that was my mistake, man. Guys, in the jungle, if you're with your partner, soldier, you have to ask before you do something. I didn't ask him. I just gave out the tuna to a random guy. My fault. He's right. We are the first group.
Hey, thank you, Femboy Stormtrooper, for the 420, you beautiful fucking bastard, saying hi, 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 hi. Hi, here's money. Thank you, and hello. I hope you're doing well. And thank you for the dono, you beautiful fucking
The
bastard.
first 7 out of 500 that are behind us. Senor Bolt is leading the team.
Apparently, this is where people should just stay, I guess. This looks like an awesome place to live, don't you know?
That is jungle contamination, guys. The thing is, you cannot blame the immigrants. All they try to do is to escape their countries and find a better life.
Yeah, exactly. This is literally everything I've been saying. You can't blame people for wanting a better life. That's a reasonable thing to want. Are you against life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, or are you in favor of it? You can't claim to be in favor of it, but then be like, well, but not if you're an immigrant, I guess. If you're from another country, then suck it up and stay there, I guess. You don't deserve the right to life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness. Just starve and die. Like, the lack of empathy, the inconsistent standards is crazy. These people work harder and take more risks than any of these Trump supporters have ever done in their life. What have you done? to risk your life for your family? What have you done to provide a better life for your family? What risks have you taken? What challenges have you gone through? Because I guarantee you, you have not risked your life as much as these people have. You're a typical liberal, confused and misinformed. Okay, am I misinformed? Is it like actually a walk in the park, despite all of the existing evidence that it's actually really difficult to illegally immigrate? And only something you do because you have no other option to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? I'm just saying. We have laws for a reason. Okay? Do you think that all laws are good or moral, or that legality dictates morality? Like what? Do you think that laws just like exist just out of thin air and that determines what is or isn't moral? Also, welcome back, Patel Crafter. I don't know. I don't know how you can see this and be like, yeah, send them back. Like, you just don't have empathy. You don't have compassion. You're not a good person.
Now we're a bit worried, guys, because we're only 7 of us, far away from the other groups.
I think most laws are good and moral. Based on what standard?
And people are scared, including me, that we might get robbed.
International borders are not immoral. Do you think it's immoral for somebody who lives in a country where they can't get food or education to want to provide a better life for their kids and going through whatever means necessary, legal or not, to provide a better life for their kids instead of starving and letting their kids starve and not have any opportunities in the future? Is that wrong? That they want their kids to have opportunities? Is it wrong that I have empathy for these people and want them to be able to live their best lives? Real, are you going to house them? I can barely sustain myself right now. So, not yet. Also, thank you, Patel Crafter, for the $10, you beautiful fucking bastard, saying only bottoms wear bells, by the way. Shut up. Feel free to request donor rewards. No, I'm sure there are many tops that wear bells, okay? Don't you worry. Yeah, W dono indeed. So why should we house them? Who is we? Am I saying that they go into your house? No, that's not what I ever said. I never said that they go into your house. I never said that you have to house them, right? But this is like completely against the point. It'd be like, it's tantamount to me saying, hey, by the way, dude, I think that, the government should do more to give opportunities to poor people and homeless people. Oh, well, why don't you create a homeless shelter then? Well, because that's not economically viable for me. Maybe that's why. Do you think that might have something to do with it? Come on. Do you people want these people to suffer? The real issue is citizenship process, which nobody has fixed yet. I'm not saying that they want them to suffer. It's that they're indifferent to it. They don't care about the suffering. Like, they don't care that the things that they advocate for maximize suffering. Like, they just don't give a shit. Like, they don't even see them as humans. It's crazy. And I agree that the process of obtaining citizenship should be fixed. It should be made easier. But that's not what these people are in favor of. No, none of these Trump supporters are like, yeah, let's make it easier to immigrate. No. They're in favor of punishing people who illegally immigrate, not in favor of making it easier to immigrate. They're in favor of punitive measures that benefit nobody. They're not in favor of helping people. They're not in favor of kindness, of doing things that are compassionate. They're against all of the most compassionate policies that could be implemented. They broke the law. If the only other alternative is starving, then yes, you have every right to break the law. Okay, do you believe it's the case that if there's a homeless person, okay, and they have a family, all right, and they're starving, do you think it would be wrong if they stole a loaf of bread from a large corporation? If your answer is yes, you're fucking retarded. Like you're actually not, like you're not a person at that point. If you think that, yeah, it's wrong for them to do so. No, it's actually good that they would rather feed their family than allow corporations to hoard even more wealth. Yes, there are food banks. Do you think that they all have an infinite supply of food? Do you think that everybody gets, you know, the amount of food they need to survive from food banks? Is that what you think? Do you think that homeless people have all of their basic needs met? Come on. That's fucking crazy. That's insane. That's an insane fucking position. Holy shit. Like, I'm sorry, that's just the most... I don't even know how to describe it. Just brain dead thing I've ever heard. I'm sorry.
Because this is Darian Gap jungle. Anytime you can get robbed from an indigenous community, we are crossing alone. Everyone told us, stay with a group of 50, 30, or even 100 people. That's when you're 100% safe.
They have homeless housing. How much homeless housing do you think there is? Do you think there's sufficient housing for all homeless people? Do you think if somebody sleeps on the streets, they're doing so for funsies? Do you think that every homeless person gets to go into the homeless shelter? Do you think that, like, they have enough room for every homeless person? You're insane if you think the answer is yes, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
But you go a lot slower. Apparently we value speed over safety a little bit.
Trump wears stinky diapers. This is true. Trump actually is diaper maxing.
Last night I saw Google Maps where we are. And I freaked out a little bit, guys, because we're literally in the middle.
No, partially because of illegal immigration. Okay, can you show me the direct causal link between illegal immigration and homelessness? What are you talking about? Are you fucking dumb? Or, like, were you actually hit on the head as a child? What are you talking about?
Over nowhere, in Panama, in Darian Gap. And right now we have no more guides, no more mafia, no more smugglers. We're just alone. We follow these blue bags. Means we're on the right path.
You cannot go into shelters on fentanyl. Do you think that homeless people are all just doing fentanyl? Okay.
As you can see, man, we find more people trying to cross the river.
Homeless people are filling the shelters? Yeah, there are also homeless people that are not able to get into the shelters because they're already full of other homeless people. Do you think that for every homeless person that exists, there's like a place for them in a homeless shelter? Like, do you think that there's that many homeless shelters? Is that what you actually believe? That, like, that's brain dead if you think that. But it's like, I don't understand how you can be this divorced from reality.
We lost the Venezuela.
Oh, you said illegals are filling shelters. Really? What proportion of them? What are you talking about? You know that illegals pay taxes too, right? That's a thing. They pay taxes. I know, it's crazy. Who would have guessed? So what do you think is like a possible source of like a pool of money, if you will, that could help fund homeless shelters, right?
Venezuelan group. We lost the Nepal group. And now we joined the IT group. How do you feel, bro?
Destroyed, to be honest with you. It's caught up with me. No food, no sleep. Just walking. Not even know what we're walking to.
So we are basically the first people.
Femyoz mentioned the fact that Trump broke laws because it's so bad that illegals are illegal. Oh yeah, like if you care a lot about law and order and whatnot, like surely you would care about the fact that Trump is a literal felon who has committed too many crimes to count. And now that he's going to be president, he's going to grant himself criminal immunity for the crimes that he's committed. Yay. Oh, but you don't care about law and order when it applies to the people that you like. But when it applies to immigrants, then that's different because they're brown. So, and they're from another country. So they don't deserve basic human rights. What? That'd be crazy.
From the West, but are not journalists doing this.
Crazy that people are surprised Kamala lost, though. I wasn't surprised by it. I was surprised by the amount that she lost by. In fact, like if we actually look at the voter turnout, I think she got around 15 million less votes than what Biden got in 2020, whereas voter turnout for Trump was roughly what it was in 2020. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it would be about 50-50 with maybe a slight edge for Kamala based on how many votes Biden got in 2020, despite him not being like a super strong candidate or whatever, right? And based on like all of the existing polling data, it seemed like Kamala had a slight edge over Trump, right? So I was like a little bit surprised by like how much Trump won by, but I wouldn't have been surprised if it was closer though, right? Like I didn't, like I'm not somebody that's gonna be like, yeah, I think somebody's gonna win because I want them to, right? Like after a certain point, like when I saw, okay, like here's where the swing states are trending toward, like here's how they're like where they're going, and once I saw some of the swing states go red and whatnot, I'm like, okay, like it doesn't look like Kamala's gonna win, right? I would have been surprised after that point if Kamala did win, right? And she didn't.
That's a sweet from Venezuela. ¿Cómo se siente, señor?
I'm having my first cigarette.
No! You're gonna get lung cancer.
Sometimes in life, you know what? Sorry, Mum, but sometimes in life you need a cigarette, and if this isn't the moment to have a cigarette, I don't know what
This is the time, man. This is the time. Because one mistake here, and it's done. That's the problem with Darian. No one will help you. If you get injured...
That's really scary to think about, by the way. If you get injured, like, that's just gonna get an infection. Like, you're not gonna be able to clean that off. You're not gonna be able to get medical attention. Like, you're fucked. And it's very likely that you get injured. If you're taking, I don't know, the deadliest migrant route.
Done.
Come on.
This is not a tour. Whoever makes it,
Trump is already fixing America. How is he fixing America by, do you mean like when he's gonna like implement blanket tariffs that are gonna make the prices for everything higher? Okay, if that's your definition of fixing America, more power to you, I guess.
Makes it.
Yeah, just don't think about it. Just don't think. Don't use your brain, okay? Just believe what Fox News tells you, okay? Even though, people that have worked for Fox News have privately admitted to lying about shit. Just ignore all of the existing facts, okay? And it'll make more sense.
Whoever cannot make it will die in the jungle. One mistake.
OMG. You are so ignorant. Incredible counter-argument, by the way.
And it's over. I see things blurry, man. I don't know where I'm stepping.
Gabriel, I think you fundamentally misunderstand. You're talking as if it's a burden to the U.S. It's not. Illegal immigrants are not a burden to the U.S. Like, that's just not true. They increase economic productivity, so you're just wrong. They're not stealing jobs either, considering the fact we have a worker shortage. So you're just flat out wrong. So I don't really see what your point would be, right? Like they're paying taxes as well. They might not be paying as many taxes, but they're paying taxes. If anything, like you got to keep in mind, illegal immigrants are not taking advantage of anything. They're being taken advantage of by corporations, right? They're getting paid less than minimum wage because if they say anything to the government, then they get deported, so they can't do anything. If they commit even a minor offense for a crime, they get fucking deported. So it's like I just don't see why you would have this mindset of immigrants somehow being harmful. Why do they pay taxes if they aren't here legally? Well, generally people are going to pay for a place to live, right? So there would be property tax. If you buy groceries, for instance, which you kind of need if you want to eat food. There's sales tax, right? So not all tax is going to be income tax, right? And the amount of income tax that you'd be paying, even if you were getting minimum wage, would be fairly minimal, right? But with that being said, it would also be better for the economy, even without income tax, for them to get paid a more fair wage by corporations, simply because corporations hoarding wealth doesn't stimulate the economy. They're just hoarding that money. That's actually bad for the economy. Whereas if it's in the hands of even illegal immigrants, then they're gonna spend that money, right, and stimulate the economy by spending it, right, which is ultimately good for the economy, right?
Lockdown. Ooh, I need to stop. I feel like I cannot control my body anymore. Oh, be careful. And every step is my life. I need to stop.
Oh man,
We just had our last pieces of food, some crackers and some marmalade. And now that's it. No.
So they don't pay taxes? What? Groceries aren't Do you know what a sales tax is? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What do you think of sales taxes? Do you think if you're an illegal immigrant, you're like, did you go up to the fucking cash register and you're like, oh, I know that like the sales tax for this item is $1.12, but actually I'm an illegal immigrant, so I don't have to pay taxes. And they're like, oh, okay, sir, enjoy your day. We won't charge you for that. Like, what do you think that means?
No more food. Hopefully we can make it today, man. We just saw 2 military people. He said we're not even in the middle of the...
Bro, this is why I stopped debating people. This is why, because it's like people will make arguments like that, and it's like, what do I say to that? Like, it's like you're so divorced from reality that you think that they wouldn't pay sales tax, even though that's literally physically impossible. Unless you steal the fucking groceries. I guess. Then yeah, I guess if you steal the groceries, you're not paying sales tax. Okay.
Distance. Now our motivation dropped back to zero. Because we thought we were gonna make it today. We have no more food.
Oregon doesn't have sales tax. Ah, yes. All of the illegal immigrants are all specifically going to Oregon because they're just avoiding as many taxes as possible. That's why they're illegal. So they're all going to Oregon so that they don't have to pay sales tax and not having income tax. Yeah, that's definitely how it works.
Clothes are wet. This is where desperation hits you in the jungle. It's endless. And you wanna give up. This is insane, guys. There's no end.
Like, I don't know how you can see this. This is what immigrants have to go through. Illegal immigrants, at that. And it's like you don't have any empathy for that. You don't think that, like, oh, these are, like, real human beings with moral consideration that have gone through a lot more than you. A lot more than you or I. You and I have never gone through this. I don't think that anybody watching the stream has gone through anything like this.
One more dead body. Our feet are wet.
You're so divorced from reality. You think paying a sales tax somehow excuses them from not paying the majority of other taxes. The majority of other taxes, like what, their income tax? Well, what other taxes would they not be paying, right? Like if you are paying for like a product, right, whether it be sales tax or you would pay property taxes as well, right? Because you need somewhere to live, right? So the only thing that comes to mind would be income tax, and the amount of income tax that they would get if they were legal immigrants, even if they were getting minimum wage, which they're getting not even close to that because corporations can just not pay them and get away with it. Like there wouldn't be that much money coming from that, right? So I don't even know what you're fucking on about. Anyways, let's continue. Our feet are wet for the last 4 days. They never dry. And it's like, dude, I would not even be willing to have my feet be muddy and wet for like an hour. I would start crying, okay? Like, are you dude, and maybe that's just because I'm weak, but like, Jesus Christ.
The last 4 days, they never dry.
Like, that sounds miserable. That's how you get diseases, infections, and then you get gangrene.
How you get diseases and infections, and then you get gangrena. Con el ruso. Perry. Now we found a Venezuelan group, and I would go with them. We have more motivation now. Tengo la camarita. Caracas. Darian Gap is an emotional roller coaster. You go from depression to excitement, depression to excitement. Check this out.
Dude, that river goes up to like your fucking torso. If you're 6'5", I think. Hold on, wait. Let's replay it. Let's replay that specifically. Wait, hold on.
Check this out.
Did I miss it?
Okay,
wait, hold on. Sorry, I pushed back too much. Okay, hold on. Dude, look at that. Look at that. Dude, hold on. Dude, see that woman right there, I think? Is that a woman? I can't tell. Dude, it's like up to her fucking torso. Like, holy shit. Your clothes are gonna be soaked. Do you think people are doing this for fun or because they're lazy?
This is like Hunger Games in real life, man. There's no going back. There's no guide. Pure survival,
This
no
looks
gun.
scary. Like, this looks scary. This is like something out of a movie. But this is just real life. Like,
We made it, guys.
Sup, Femyoz, it's me. Hello. Hello, you. I hope you're doing well. Mods should pin what I said. It makes me feel like a poet. No, I disagree. My Streamlabs like needs to be the pin message. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sure you're a poet. What did you even say? What did you even say? For all the people spamming deport, you're basically saying, kill all these people that just want a better life for them and their kids. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. The lack of empathy over what? The fact that they were born in a different country, I guess, is the crime they committed. It's like, wow. You could say Trump doesn't want people to be homophobic, but the problem is he's taking the homophobic ones in under his wing. Well, and also you would look at the policies that he's in favor of, right? Propaganda is the powerhouse of the cell. This is true, by the way. I'm not trying to debate, but there is a legal process to get this done. Is that legal process accessible to everybody? Like, is that accessible to all immigrants, do you think? Or do you think that, like, only, like, a small proportion of immigrants would have access to that? Because if it was the case that it was super easy to legally immigrate, oh, you just fucking walk in America and then you sign a piece of paper and then you get a state ID and then you pay taxes and stuff, then everybody would be doing that. That's actually not how it works. Wait, hold on. Okay, your parents did it. I'm glad for them, okay? But do you think that just because your parents were able to do it, that everybody is able to do it?
Difficult.
They worked their ass off to do it. These people are working their ass off to immigrate illegally. Does this video look easy to you?
To cross the river.
Is this something people would do for fun?
You have to collaborate.
No way kids can cross that. They don't really have much of a choice. I, as an adult, I don't know if I would be able to cross that. I don't think so.
One more time I fell down.
Yeah, like, what do you do if you fall down? Oh, shit. What am I gonna do? Fucking wash my hands? Like, shit like that would, like, in of itself would bother me. Like, oh, fuck, I can't wash my hands. And it's like, oh, shit, that's, like, for, like, the entire rest of the way there. Like, you don't... Like, what am I gonna do? I guess maybe, like, once there's, like, a river, use dirty river water to wash my hands, but that's, like, that's it.
Oh, shit.
And what do you do if you fall down and on, like, a branch like this and you get a cut? What do? You can't clean that. That shit's gonna get infected. Good luck.
I'm tall and I don't like this mud.
I don't like the mud either. I'm glad I'm not the only one.
How you feel, man? Fuck.
It's like you end up getting soaked, you're covered in mud and disgusting filth as a result of this. Like, people aren't doing this for fun.
Totally destroyed.
Yeah, I saw the baby on someone's back. Yeah. Good parent. Good parent. That's kind of them. That is more kindness for a child than any of these Trump-tards have ever shown in their lives.
One more river.
Use natural herbs? Which ones? Where? Oh. Dude, it looks like the water was going up to, like, his waist again. It's not just, like, an isolated instance. Oh my god.
Whoa.
Oh, man.
Gonorrhea, güey, puta. Oof. This is nasty, man. Oh, fuck, my eye. Mi ojo.
I don't like this. Poor guy.
The hips are leaving me, guys.
And imagine having to do all this just to provide a better life for your family.
There's no end. There's literally no end.
Shut the fuck up. Just play the video. Dude, what do you want me to do? Not be transformative? Not give any commentary? Like, you can watch the original video if you want. We're like 34.5 minutes into it. It's called Surviving the World's Deadliest Migrant Route, the Darian Gap. I'm sure you could easily find it.
Guys, I sprained my ankle.
Yeah, play the damn video. Don't be transformative at all.
Very, very badly. Like
I think every time you say that, I'm just gonna pause the video, actually.
We've been walking for 7 hours and still nothing. Nothing.
Yep.
No village. No canoe. Meu Deus, caramba. It's unreal, bro. It's unreal. Wow.
And keep in mind, these are physically fit, fucking athletic men that are doing this, and they're fucking struggling. What do you think that, like, the average person, like, has to go through?
No one can deny we are caminantes.
¿Qué está quemando? Plástico, ¿no?
Plástico.
Keep pausing it to piss off Connor. That's a good idea.
Para cocinar.
Sí, señor.
But I don't care if they're starving. Wow, glad to see you have a lot of empathy. That's clearly...
Yeah, guys, we stay here.
Femyoz, we had a call with Irene on election day. Oh, call. I do remember that. I was, like, pretty distraught. I specifically remember that. Anyways. Starving isn't a legitimate reason to immigrate. Yeah, bro, why don't you just starve? Thank you.
Extremely tired.
Like, what do you mean starving isn't a legitimate reason to immigrate? Are you fucking crazy? You just want people to starve? You don't care about them or their well-being? Like, what? Do you just not see them as human beings? Just have some empathy. You don't even understand why they're immigrating. And why that's necessary for them to live, for them to provide a decent opportunity for their family, for their kids. How do you not empathize with that?
We failed.
Like, you're actually a fucking monster. You care about Americans first, so you just don't care if other people are suffering? You're a monster. You're a monster. You're just cool with people starving. You care more about an arbitrarily defined law or the legal system than real human beings with families that are fucking starving. Yeah, they're beyond starving. Fucking disgusting. How little empathy you have. It's actually vile. I thought that showing this would wake people up to, like, oh shit, like, fuck, but yeah, these people go through a lot, but it's like, it's shown me the opposite. It's actually shown me more than it's shown to them. It's just shown me, like, holy shit, these people are evil. These people have no empathy. They don't care about other humans. Like, they don't care about the well-being of other people who simply want better lives for their families. They care more about partisan lines and political positions than actual human beings and their well-being and the well-being of their families. It's like you're really willing to not be empathetic or compassionate because you don't like immigrants, because you want to be a partisan hack that just agrees with whatever the Republican Party tells you?
Failed both of our goals of today. We couldn't find the piragua, the canoe, nor the indigenous village. So we stay here. That's the only way.
You know what you want to tell me? I have no compassion. I want to discourage illegals from making these dangerous journeys. Do you think they're making these dangerous journeys for fun? Or do you think they're doing it because they have no other option to have an opportunity at living a decent life? Where they have access to food, water, and shelter. And an education for their children. What do you think the reason is? Oh yeah, dude, I'm sure that they're going through these dangerous journeys for fun. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy.
What I have. Nothing else. No, we have.
Opportunity is not a reason for asylum. Hold on, that was one of the... Hold on, you can't just look at the list of reasons that I gave and you're like, well, opportunity is not... Okay, was that the only reason I listed? Or is it the case that, I don't know, your kids have a right to an education, food, shelter, etc.? They have a right to not starve for their entire life. They have a right to decent housing, or to housing in general. Housing in general. Yeah, they have a... But you don't care about them. You don't care about people. You don't care that these people are starving and don't have access to clean water It's disgusting. It's genuinely vile.
Have no food.
They do though. Ah, yeah, dude. The abundance of food and safe drinking water in Venezuela. That's so true. They survived that long already. Do you think that they survived easily, or do you think it's the case that a lot of people don't survive? Do you think that just because they survived, that means that everybody survived, or that they're going to continue to survive? Like, holy shit.
Zero food. Just water. Everything is wet. We have no more.
Like, again, why do you think they would travel through the deadliest migrant route in the world? Do you think they're doing it for fun?
Clothes, obviously.
These people aren't starving? Yes, that is why they're going through the deadliest migrant route, is because everything is all hunky-dory where they're from. That's so true.
My feet are burning, same as God's. Look, they're bleeding.
You're like, yeah, let me go on this dangerous journey where my fucking feet are bleeding and shit. As a result, because, you know, I just kind of feel like it, I guess. I just want to illegally immigrate, I guess. Venezuelans voted for their government. Do you think that all Venezuelans voted for it? Are you fucking brain dead? Do you think that everybody, like, chooses to be born in Venezuela? Come on.
But we sign up for it. We're aware of that in advance. We read stories about.
It's like you'll come up with any excuse. You'll come up with any excuse for why you don't have empathy for people. In reality, you're just a bad person.
Darian jungle, and now we experience it. That's what it takes for the average immigrant who arrives in the United States. This is what they're going through before they ¿Dónde está el paisa? Perreo.
Yeah, always moving the goalposts too, yeah.
Perreo. Ah, escucha. Peligrosa, ¿No te gusta reggaetón? Guys, reggaeton gives me hope and motivation. En Envigado, cuando lo conocimos, la costa de vino, ya se.
But you love democracy, right? Do you think that Venezuela was like really well off before the current people that were in power were in power? Like, do you think that, like, oh yeah, dude, their economy was booming? Like, okay.
Te viste fino. ¿Tú like reggaeton?
Me amo el reggaeton.
On camera, off the camera. Cut this shit.
Hey, me gusta el reggaeton.
Yes, they were.
Me gusta bailar.
No, guys, he likes it. In Medellin, he liked it. We went out, we partied, he liked it. 5 a.m. I'm shivering, I'm freezing like crazy. Everything is wet. It's supposed to be only 3 days, now it's day 6. I sprained my ankle, and one mistake can cause my life here. I was talking with Bolt before.
I'd be stressed the fuck out, these dudes just chilling, yeah.
If one of us gets hurt, there's nothing he can do, nothing I can do.
Access to white people is not a So it is a race thing for you. You just don't think that brown people are people. That's what you think. Just say that you hate non-white people. Just say it. Just say a fucking slur at that point.
There's no laws here. In the middle of the jungle, illegally. No one will help you. That's why we saw already 6 bodies, dead bodies. People bring their kids here, man.
Yeah, he's definitely
mental. Absolutely mental. One more day, hopefully. One more day. My ankle is destroyed. We're looking.
Just say you hate whites? Yeah, dude. Hating white people is when you have compassion for immigrants. That's so true.
For this indigenous village, if it exists, or we can
there are a segment of Trump supporters that actually believe
get
that.
Some food and water. We had nothing.
God knows what they're escaping, but it must be important.
We need to find some water. ASAP. Agua, cabrón.
Ánimo, como fuerza.
Camino.
No, ánimo.
Como más fuerza.
Sí, fuerza. Ganas. O sea, como
3.5 kilometers.
Después de eso, ¿qué?
I've literally seen people die while homeless on the streets of Oregon. It's not that I don't care. So we have a homeless crisis already. Okay, so wait, hold on. If we have a homeless crisis, these people have to fuck themselves, I guess, and just die because, like, they don't matter, I guess. Oh, okay. Great.
Llegamos a la pueblo.
Se cree que llegamos al pueblo a las piraguas.
So yeah, guys, they say 3.5 kilometers to arrive somewhere. Maybe to.
Yeah, dude, hating white people is when minorities are allowed to exist.
To this village. Mira, felicidad.
Dude, hating white people is when you're not against race mixing.
Emotional roller.
Fierce as always, Femyoz. Thank
coaster,
you.
guys. We hear some good news, we get happy. Then we see that it's fake news, depression.
No, que tu amigo le dio re duro al camino.
You were dodging the fact of oil money in Venezuela. What does oil money have to do with these people starving? What are you talking about? Do you think that these individual people have oil money? What are you talking about?
Imagine that. The weather thing.
The oil money isn't collectively owned by the people. Like, what are you fucking talking about?
They said, be careful for the snakes here. Oh, mate, hopefully there's no...
Once you grow out of wearing fishnets, you'll understand. Oh, dude. Yeah, so true. Once I stop wearing fishnets, that's when I'll stop having empathy, I guess. In which case, I'm never gonna stop wearing fishnets if that's the thing that's... Okay, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. First of all, we cannot see it. Second of all, what we can do if he appears?
I don't know.
Maybe we see Jennifer Lopez here.
All of these people are gonna get deported. LMFAO Trump, dude. This is what I mean. It's like, dude, you're just like laughing at people suffering. I don't see how that's funny. I don't see how people starving or being harmed or not being able to live a free and happy life. I don't see how you think that's like funny or like a good thing. But again, this is what I mean. You're proving my point.
Oh gosh, anything can be.
No one is laughing. We're just pissed. What if somebody says what do you think LMFAO stands for? It's like, no, they're making it very clear what they think and how they feel. You're an amazing streamer. Keep that in mind. Thank you. That's very nice of you, Visible Gamers.
Here.
Let them in your house. Dude, again, I can barely support myself. Why do you expect me to individually support other people? That's insane. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is, like, again, such a stupid argument. Ah, well, you see, because you don't have the financial capacity to start a fucking homeless shelter for these people, you are necessarily not allowed to want them to have an opportunity to live a better life and to not starve or die. Like, what? That's fucking retarded. Lamau can barely support yourself, but you think you have an idea of what an entire country should do. Yeah, I can have morals and use logic and reasoning regardless of my financial status. Yeah, I'm 20. Like, do you expect me to be rich by the age of 20?
Oh guys, this indigenous guy says there is agua over there. I don't know if it's true.
These people complaining about illegal aliens also don't give a fuck about homeless people on the streets. Yeah, if you're using well, we already have a homelessness crisis. Okay, what's your solution to that? Do you intend on, like, I don't know, like spending more money on, say, for instance, homeless shelters and less on the military, for instance? Like, would you be in favor of that? Because Trump isn't in favor of that, but, you know. Morals would be caring about the people in your town, state, and country first? No, that's actually not how it works. Why do they warrant more moral consideration? Based on what standard is that moral? Do you think that state lines dictate somebody's moral consideration? That's insane. That's the craziest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, you're only, like, worth moral consideration. You only matter if you are within these arbitrarily defined state lines. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Holy shit. Think globally, act locally. True.
Let's hope it's a good water. Guys, that was the greatest water I've ever had. No water for a day and a half.
Actually, I would try to foster an economy that would make it easier to buy a house. Do you think that cutting taxes for corporations and allowing them to hoard more wealth would make it easier to buy a house? I can assure you that it does not.
Finally.
God, you are dumb. I'm Hispanic, and I don't agree with immigration. Whoa, dude, that's so true. Therefore, you know, because you are Hispanic, therefore my argument must be wrong, I guess. Because if you're Hispanic, that automatically means that your argument supersedes mine. Like, what is this weird impulse shit? Like, what? Why use fucking identity politics as an argument rather than logic and reasoning? I don't care if you're Hispanic. Whoa, did you know that you could be Hispanic and also have an incorrect position? Like, that's not exclusive to other white people? Holy shit, bro, that's crazy. There are also Hispanic people that are in favor of immigration. So it's like, which Hispanic people am I meant to listen to?
Behind these bushes, I see some rooftops. This is like a dream, man. This is like a dream. Ay, 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 ay. Oh my God. Paradise on DARIEN. First form of civilization. After 5 days. This is like paradise on earth.
You made fun of a Hispanic person. That's racist. I would have made fun of them if they were white. I would have made fun of them regardless of whatever immutable characteristics they have. I didn't make fun of them for being Hispanic. I made fun of somebody for making a bad argument. That's what I made fun of. Yeah, it's like saying I'm a Jewish Hitler supporter, true. It's like, if I'm like, wow, you're... Okay, cool. You're Jewish. You still have the wrong position. You have a bad idea. Like, that. It doesn't matter if you're Jewish. That doesn't make your position supersede mine. Excuse me? That is anti-Semitic? No, it's just I'm not gonna base my opinion off of identity politics bullshit. Like, what do you think I am? Do you think I'm a Twitter leftist? It's actually not the same thing at all. I'm literally taking the argument used against me to its logical conclusion, which is that, no, it actually doesn't matter what your race is. It doesn't dictate the correctness of your argument. If you're white, black, Hispanic, whatever it may be, it doesn't matter. It doesn't increase or decrease the logical validity of an argument you're making. That's actually the opposite of racism. There's nothing racist about saying that, yeah, the validity of your argument actually isn't based on your race, okay? It's based on the merit of the argument itself, regardless of who's making it. Like, holy shit. Like, hold on, do you actually believe that if somebody is a different race, that, like, their arguments hold more weight? Like, that's fucking brain dead.
I know what's gonna happen now when they see our passports. I don't think we can lie anymore. I'm Greek, he's British, and
but only women can have opinions about abortion. No, I never said that. You're putting words in my mouth. No. A woman who thinks that abortion is wrong is incorrect. A man who thinks that abortion is justifiable is correct. So no, actually, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. The whether or not abortion is right or wrong is contingent upon the logic and reasoning, right? The reason it's not wrong is because a fetus is not sentient, it's not conscious, and therefore warrants no moral consideration, right? So that's the logical reason behind it. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman saying that. It makes no difference. It's the same argument.
Hopefully, all good. Bro.
Nunca olvidé. Mira, ahorita cuando salgamos nos juntamos otra vez.
Sí, vamos a comer algo, no sé qué. Oh, guys, I'm looking for shoes, man. Some Crocs, because my feet are bleeding.
There's a vulture over
there. Guys, I have bad eating my...
Oh, God. Oh, God. Bugs eating the wounds. That's actually...
wounds.
Oh,
look at this.
Oh, no. I hope he's okay. No. That looks really scary.
I'm almost dead, mate.
No. Is he okay? I actually really hope he's okay. I hope it doesn't get infected. That's really sad. Like, how do you not look at this and go, like, maybe we should have empathy for these people and what they go through? Like, I don't know how you can see this and be like, yeah, fuck these people. They're lazy. No, they're suffering. They're suffering to provide a better opportunity for their children so that they can have housing and clean water and clean clothes and food and an education. And they go through this to achieve it. And you're going to shit on them for that? Come on. Have some basic human decency, man.
Go away.
It's not that we don't have empathy. We just want people to follow our laws. So you think that law, legality supersedes morality, or that it supersedes basic human decency? Okay. All right. Do you believe might makes right? Is that what you think? Or like what's your position there? Like, it doesn't even make any sense from an ethical from any real ethical framework.
Well, I think I'm dead.
It's just like a presupposition that if something is illegal, it must therefore be wrong. Okay? I mean, it used to be illegal for women to vote. Like, does it mean that it was wrong if a woman wanted to vote? No, it wasn't. Okay. I don't know. I feel like some of these people might say yes.
You're dead. You've got gangrene.
Look.
Oh God. Oh God. No.
My feet are dead.
No. Wait, I'm actually worried. I hope he's okay.
Hopefully all good.
Oh yeah, let them breathe a little bit. Let those wounds heal.
Guys, I bought these shoes last year. I survived the DARIEN, and now...
Do you think the USA is superior to South America? Do you mean like the US government? Maybe the government. The people know.
They can rest in
I don't think that the people are superior.
peace.
He'll probably lose his leg. That's like a real possibility.
Because I came here to the Red Cross, and hopefully they can help me with my wound. It's been 5 days in the water, full of mud.
Damn.
They gave me this thing, and this thing.
Oh, sad. Is it a good argument for open borders? We get it. You don't have any empathy. We get it. You lack the cognitive capacity to care about other people. To care about people other than yourself. We get it.
For all of my wounds.
Me personally, I'm not selfish enough to see this and be like, yeah, these people should actually suffer more. I'll have you find, right?
Look at here.
It's like there's no evidence to suggest that they harm the country or the economy. So it's like they don't harm the country, okay? They're pretty harmless. They have lower crime rates than natural born US citizens. And they have to go through this shit just to provide their family with an opportunity to live a decent life and not starve. And they risk their own lives in doing so. But I guess fuck them because reasons. Like, I've already gone over all of the logical reasons behind this. You can rewind the VOD, but source, you can rewind the VOD. I already cited multiple sources. I'm not gonna reiterate the same fucking points over and over again. I want to actually get through the stream.
Guys, we met to the camp.
I'm undocumented. I pay taxes. Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna stay here for the whole day.
Translate this what you're saying. But a girl he was with broke her legs in the mountains.
¿Qué pasó, bro?
La señora con que yo venía se dañó un pie, marico, y se quedó allá atrás con la familia mía. Tuve que venirme solo.
¿Dónde está ahora ella?
Allá atrás, bueno, tengo como un pie y medio por encima de ellos.
¿Pero van a llegar o...?
Espero, manito.
Can you say Kamala was gonna win? I said that there was a decent chance that Kamala would win, but she didn't. There was also a decent chance that Trump would win. I wanted Kamala to win. That was my preference. And based on the existing polling data, it seemed to be like it was going to be a pretty close race, with Kamala Harris being slightly more likely to win. But that was based on the existing polling data, right? So that's what I based off of.
¿Es tu amiga?
Sí. Hello, brother.
Bro, ¿cómo estás?
Okay. Please to stay. Fine.
You made the claim, you get to prove it. You can rewind the VOD. If you actually care about the claim I made, you can rewind the VOD or like watch it after the fact when it's like a past live stream. That's a thing you can do if you actually want to hear it. I'm not going to repeat the same thing over and over again. Oh yeah, here's like this. I'm going to cite the same thing 5 times in a row on the same stream because you're too fucking lazy to actually rewind the VOD to see what arguments I made.
Everything is good.
Good, man. We made it, bro. Mate, what do you think about this place?
I think it's like something like a...
Like, why should I punish the people that have been here since then? That doesn't make any sense.
Something I've never seen before. It's something like...
No source. No, I cite sources. You can rewind the VOD.
The Bible, like biblical times. It's
okay, fine. What time? You'll have to find it. You'll have to scroll through it. I know. Crazy.
Just people wandering around, not sure what to do, just relieved to cross the Darien and arrive.
You have the scroll feature. You could scroll. You can see what's in the in the top screen. That's a thing you can do.
Safely, just like we are. But yeah, it's a crazy place. Look up here. Hey, look up here.
Like, I'm not gonna ruin the stream for everybody else because you're too lazy to scroll. All right, the world doesn't revolve around you. But obviously, that's the mindset you have. That's why you think, oh yeah, fuck the lives of these people because they're not me.
Our friends, mate. Fuck.
We met so many people on the journey.
Ay, llegaron ahora, ¿no? Sí, va a ser rico. Fuck. A ver.
Like, do you see this innocent kid right here? This innocent kid, like, do you think, like, yeah, like, he shouldn't be able to have an education or food or clean water and or an opportunity to live a decent life or freedom? You don't think this kid deserves that?
Ronaldo. A ver otro. Messi, ¿cómo hace Messi?
Vamos, Costa Rica. Muy fuerte.
Los dos quieren.
His parents are responsible for that situation? For what? Being born in a different country? Not really, but you do realize they're trying to change that situation, right? That's the whole point of immigrating in the first place, even if it's illegally. It's to change that situation. Screw that kid? Yeah, you have no human emotions. I'm sorry.
Los dos.
Muy pronto.
You made it, bro.
Casi me muero allá.
¿Cómo?
Casi me muero.
Yeah, if Jesus was real, he would want us to take in refugees. I absolutely agree.
¿Cuándo? Ayer. ¿Qué te pasó? ¿Estabas solo?
Me desmayé solo en unas piedras y todo el mundo pasaba y nadie, marica, nadie, todo el mundo. Yo así dormido pálido. Una señora llegó y me tocó, me levantó, me dio suero y me dio panela.
¿Quién? ¿Una persona?
Señora, una venezolana.
¿Estabas muerto solo?
Sí. Porque caminé mucho y no comí.
Was fucking crazy.
Sin carpa, dormí sin carpa, otra vez.
Como sin nada, sin...
No, la gente nos regaló una al lado, en el río, en las piedras, ahí en las piedras. Así.
Donde yo te vi ayer.
Mire, durmiendo yo encima de las piedras. Ahí estaría yo enfermo que se acostaba encima de las piedras.
Pero otro, ¿aquí qué pasó? Nada, ¿no? ¿Te registraron en todo?
¿Usted?
Sí, lo mismo, todo melo. Con la sonrisa, melo.
Notice how you say if he was real? He would rather have people stay home and not risk their lives? Hold on. Wait, hold on. Do you think that, I don't know, starving isn't something that puts somebody's life in danger, or living where there's a shit ton of crime? You don't think that puts somebody's life in danger? Okay. Sure. Yeah, it's actually very safe over there in Venezuela. That's why they would go out of their way to go through one of the world's, sorry, not one of, just the world's deadliest migrant route. Like, do you think they're doing it for no reason? They're doing it for fun? Come on.
Behind every smile you see here, there's a crazy story. If you see a Venezuelano or an immigrant in USA and he's been through Darien, please give him a handshake or get him a drink. He will truly appreciate it. Okay guys, so basically we're gonna stay here, spend the night, and tomorrow boat will come to take us to the next immigration camp point.
They have to deal with it just like we dealt with Biden. Hold on, you think that well, hold on. Let me get this straight. You're gonna compare starving to death and not having safe drinking water to having a president you disagree with. Okay. All right. That's awesome. Yes, it was that bad, really? You lost access to safe drinking water when Biden was in office. And your kid wasn't able to get an education while he was in office, and like you weren't able to afford food? Is that true? I don't know if I believe that.
Good morning.
I love you. You're beautiful. I can barely walk. Yeah, guys, now we're gonna enter.
They paid thousands to be trafficked? Thousands of what currency? Because different currencies are... Do you think it was thousands of dollars? I can assure you it was not thousands of dollars. Holy shit, they don't even know that there's... They actually don't use USD as their currency in Venezuela, in other countries. Holy shit, bro. Dude, they actually weren't... Dude, it's actually, like, crazy, okay? Did you know that, like, in other countries... They don't all use the US dollar outside of the US. Did you know that? I know, it's crazy.
Pecanos. And I think that it's gonna be a 4-hour trip.
Oh, don't say that.
Less?
I hope so. 4 hours in one of them.
It's terrible, mate.
Let's get that. That is not going to be comfortable.
They like the USD? Okay. Did I say that they disliked the USD? Or that maybe that's not the main currency that they're using? They were not paying thousands in USD. I can assure you. That would be fucking crazy. Nobody living there is going to have that much money.
In for a penny, in for a pound. Oh, tengo miedo, señor.
Oh my god, I'm behind Bolt. That's dangerous. Oh. Oh my god.
Oh shit. Oh, he's got like a blanket. Oh, there's a mouse.
Mate looks dead. Bro, look, he's dead.
Maybe I need therapy, but I genuinely don't care. Maybe you do, and that's okay. It's okay to need therapy, okay?
Yeah, guys, that's the ultimate and the last indigenous village. They say Darien is not a normal route. It's one of the most dangerous places in the world. And I think we've crossed it. Hi! As you can see, people that just finished Darien now, they washing themselves, other people eating. The place looks like a shithole, human shit everywhere.
Yeah.
Terrible situation, but yeah, all of these people have one dream, to go to USA.
It's like you have to ask yourself, why do they have that dream in the first place? Why are they this desperate to immigrate to the USA? What do you think would be causing that? Right? That doesn't just exist for no reason.
I'm sick.
Do you realize how many of these people are sex trafficked? Yeah, that's a risk that they have to take. Yeah, did you know that they have to take risks to even have a chance at living a decent life? Yeah, I'm aware. That's kind of the whole fucking point of this video.
Estaba viendo cómo estaban violando a una mujer, yo me imagino.
Enfrente de él.
Enfrente de él, así. Y estaban violándola y el tipo, yo creo que tanta impotencia, tanta broma le dio, fue todo. Y la agarraron. ¡Pam! Ahí le metieron. Los haitianos mataron a una familia de haitianos por no saber hablar. Nosotros cuando pasamos lo que llamamos puro muerte, puro muerte, puro muerte. Estaba una niña así y la mamá así.
Like, bro, just like imagine like having to go past all these dead bodies. Like, unless you're Logan Paul, that's gonna be, I don't know. It's gonna be something that mentally fucks with you, right?
En posición fetal en una piedra. Así, y la mamá estaba así también. Violan mujeres, violan. Yo digo que eso es una ruleta. Eso es una ruleta así. Ese Darien. Hay personas que no ven nada.
Yo no vi nada, por ejemplo.
Por eso, gracias a Dios, usted se trajo su platito. A mí fue que me dieron aquí.
¿Te pegaron?
No me pegaron, sino que me quitaron mi 280, por eso es que estoy vendiendo café por aquí.
Yesterday we stayed here overnight in the refugee immigration camp.
Like, keep in mind, like, I'm pretty sure that would have been in USD, right? In terms of the subtitles. This would be, I assume 280 USD. That's gonna be their life savings, okay? That's gonna be everything that they have, right?
Sino que me quitaron mi 280, por eso es que estoy vendiendo café por aquí.
That's gonna be all that they've saved up, right? That's like a really low amount of money to have saved.
Overnight in the refugee immigration camp, the police and immigration didn't let us.
I need context. What's this live about? Yeah, so we're going over a video where some people survive the world's deadliest migrant route, the Darian Gap. And we basically been talking about immigration, illegal immigrants, etc.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Because me and Ben were not immigrants, which now things get complicated. The people from the army and immigration said they've never seen a foreigner from UK or Greece coming to this place and crossing the Darien jungle. So now, even themselves, they don't know what they can do for us. Because we're basically illegal.
Do you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend? Yes, I have a girlfriend. I don't know. Is she in chat? Her name is Lime. Sometimes she shows up in chat. Oh, she's up here saying fucking insane, Lamau. But I don't know if she's still here. Yay, hello. Hello, Lime. Yes, that's my girlfriend, if you're wondering.
in their country. So we stay here,
Limey.
waiting to see what's gonna
Hello.
happen. Prison, pay a fine, deported. No one really knows because no one has experience of a situation like this, me and Ben. What we just did was probably
Why are we watching this? Because people think that illegal immigrants are lazy, or that they're illegally immigrating for fun, or just because they can and they feel like it. It's like, no, you have to go through like deadly routes that have a high likelihood of you fucking dying and contracting serious fucking diseases. Like if you get a cut along the way, that shit's most likely gonna get infected. There's not gonna be medical professionals there. That shit's gonna get infected. In fact, we literally saw a part of the video where this guy's leg had like bruises and scrapes and cuts on it or whatever, I think. And like that shit was clearly getting infected, and there were bugs that were like trying to fucking eat that shit. It's fucking terrifying. Like it was horrible to look at. Aw, Kitty's face lights up when she sees her owner. Shut up.
probably one of the most dangerous things and risky things I've ever done in my whole life.
Nice grift. Yeah, that's so true. Grifting is when you have empathy for people that aren't white. Lol, cute.
Guys, I'm not even joking. We've met today.
They are getting free schools, housing, care, etc. No, they're not. It's just a fucking
yesterday
lie.
and the day before, so many people that got robbed, a woman got raped, the other guy lost his wife. Indigenous people were waiting in so many different places inside the Darian jungle.
All I'm saying is I can see the selfishness in this country. Oh, me too. People are very selfish. Very, very, very fucking selfish. It's like they would not in a million years do something as difficult as going through, I don't know, the world's deadliest migrant route. All right. As soon as they have to like step in a body of water, like, well, oh fuck, now my feet are wet. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to go home. All right, dude, they wouldn't be able to do this shit. They don't have the fucking balls to go through a deadly route where they could get fucking killed. No way. None of them. None of them. And they have the fucking audacity to shit on these people.
And they were robbing people, killing people. Basically, me and Ben, we played Russian roulette and we got lucky. And I don't encourage anyone ever to do this thing that we just did, me and Ben. Unless
she hates American whites? Wait, how do I hate America? And how do I hate whites? But please explain that one to me. Like I don't think you realize that whether or not somebody is white, Latino, black, whatever it may be, Asian, I think that they all have the basic human rights to, I don't know, housing, food, education, etc. Right? I think that everybody deserves basic human rights. That obviously includes white people. So I'm actually not racist against white people. I just think that everybody deserves rights. That's like the least racist position you could have, actually. I've been through worse while fighting a war to defend USA. Yeah, I don't believe that for a second. I think you're just some 13-year-old boy that's LARPing. That's what I think.
unless you have necessity and you know that you might die.
It's like, really, dude, somebody that fought in a war, a U.S. veteran. What war did you fight in? What, where were you stationed? How many people did you kill? Please, enlighten me. Like, I don't believe you for a second. I think you're LARPing. Yeah, the U.S. veteran was asking for my OnlyFans. Yeah, that's what veterans do. I find it hard to believe that you would be apparently a U.S. veteran who fought in an undisclosed location and won't answer the question when I ask, okay, where did you go? Like, where were you stationed at? How many people did you actually have to fight / kill? We're disparaging veterans now? No, we're disparaging people that are pretending to be veterans that actually aren't veterans. I don't believe for a second that somebody who won't disclose, okay, like, what fucking war did you fight in? Like, they won't even tell me that, would be watching a fucking transgender YouTube live streamer for like over an hour. I don't buy it for a second. Dude, how many I'm sorry, but like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second. actually, you're disrespecting immigrants by calling out somebody for blatantly LARPing as an immigrant when they're not actually an immigrant. Or sorry, not immigrant, sorry, veteran. Fuck, I'm retarded. U.S. Navy 7th Fleet. Terrorists in Philippines and Afghanistan. Alright. Hold on, give me a sec. There's no way this person is fucking being for real. The 7th Fleet is self-sufficient with about 50 combat logistic ships commanded from Singapore. Okay, so you were in the Navy? Okay. And the 7th Fleet specifically. Hold on. Afghanistan. Alright, this is AI overview, I guess. I don't know if I trust AI slop, but the US Navy 7th Fleet played a role in supporting okay, in Afghanistan. Okay. Maybe he's telling the truth. I don't know. It's kind of a weird circumstance. I don't know why you're watching. I don't know. 7th Fleet is in Japan? Okay. You mentioned Philippines. Okay. Seems like that adds up. Alright, this could be legit. Alright, I stand corrected. I apologize if it is legit. Alright, I'll concede. I don't know, it's just very suspicious. It's just very suspicious. I'm sorry. But that could be legit. Tom Jones, how old are you? How old are you? I'm just curious. Did you cite sources? Wait, hold on. If I'm gonna be okay, I'm gonna have a lower standard of evidence for like, okay, do I believe somebody if they say that like they were like a veteran, right? There's not like that much at stake, right? So like I'll concede if it looks like it adds up, right? Like yeah, they could still be lying. I'm not gonna like spend like an hour doing fucking research to find out whether some random person in chat is lying or whatever. Why can't I think you're beautiful and be a veteran? Fuck, now I feel bad. I'm sorry. I don't know. I just don't expect... It's not... I mean, I just wouldn't expect one to be in this specific stream chat, like, arguing or whatever. But now I feel bad. I'm sorry. Look. Anyways. I kind of want to continue. Sorry. Housing vets and homeless should be your battle cry. That's also one of my battle cries, yeah. I've actually talked about that on stream before. I actually have talked about the disregard for homeless people, including homeless vets, which is really fucked up. The fact that's even a possibility, let alone a likelihood. That somebody that fucking risked their life would not even have access to housing or food or water. So yeah, I do care about those things. Are your eyebrows natural, femme? No, I actually plucked them earlier today. If so, I love it. Aw, thank you. Some vets have avenues to find housing. It depends on where you are. But yeah. I don't know.
Second day in Panama prison. They brought us here yesterday. It is absolutely terrible. It's full of army people that are cunts. Prison.
Prison, literally a prison. Fence here, guards patrolling over there in the field, so you can't...
Yeah, they're over there. So,
Oh man.
and there can't.
That's scary.
9 o'clock.
True.
There's an alarm, so we have to sleep with closed lights in a room of 200 people, 9 p.m. They will not
No one is forcing anyone to build homes. There are tons of houses available in the States, but greedy companies are keeping them empty. Yeah.
allowed to go out until 6 a.m.
Good, because I have been homeless and I never wish it on anyone. I am not a vet, but I have known many who are homeless. Yeah, I think that people should care more about the well-being of homeless people. Like, those are real human beings that have real human emotions. And they also have needs, right? Like, I don't exclusively advocate in favor of the well-being of, say, for instance, immigrants, right? This is just like one example of something where it's like, yeah, like maybe you should have like maybe people that are like super like anti-immigration or whatever should have like a little bit more compassion for these people, right? And what they go through. They go through a lot, right? Those aren't mutually exclusive. It's not like a zero-sum game where it's like you can only care about like one group of people, right? It sounded like it. Now, look, here's the thing is when I live stream a certain topic or whatever, I'll talk about that topic and I'll show the importance of the topic. That doesn't mean it's the only topic I care about. Sometimes I talk about trans issues, right? But if I'm talking about trans issues, that doesn't mean that I don't care about immigrants or homeless people or whatever, right? It's just I talk about a different issue depending on the stream or the subject matter that I'm talking about. Yeah, take care of people because people are people. Exactly. This community is always amazing. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. That's why they have the choice to legally immigrate here. No, they actually don't have that choice in many instances, right? That's actually why they immigrate illegally, even though it's more beneficial to immigrate legally, right? Like, you get more benefits from being here legally, such as actually getting paid a fair wage, right? Like, corporations can just not pay you minimum wage and get away with it if you're here illegally, right? Yeah.
As you can see, guys, here, Mr. Bolt is the president and mayor.
Yeah, exactly. They don't immigrate illegally for fun. They do it because they can't come legally.
Of the concentration camp. Nothing to do but smoke. This is actually the area where all of us were allowed to smoke. Digo que solo aquí podemos fumar, ¿no? Solo aquí podemos fumar. Porque ahí no los dejan, nos pegan. Ay, bro, ayer dijeron que pusieron spray a unas personas en el baño. Es cierto, ¿no?
Femyoz, I'm from Portland. I've worked in addiction and homeless services. Trust me, we can't handle what we have going on already. We can't continue taking in literal millions of immigrants. Based on the funding that you have, right? That's why you would need more funding, right? Keep in mind that if it's the case that there aren't enough resources, there's not enough money or resources going towards the existing homeless population, then maybe that means we need to be putting more money into that, right? Like, these aren't mutually exclusive. Like, you can be in favor of multiple things at once. Like, I'm in favor of everybody having rights, everybody having things like basic necessities like food, clothing, clean water, housing, etc. Right? Like, I mean, education, right? I think that everybody has a right to that. Like that, I believe that those are all basic human rights that everybody is entitled to. And at the end of the day, these positions aren't mutually exclusive. They're actually complementary, right? Like, they're both in favor of maximizing well-being, right? So, like, if say, for instance, we increased corporate tax, we could put that money towards helping the homeless, including people that are immigrants, right? So, like homeless immigrants specifically. Not all immigrants end up being homeless. A lot of them don't, right? But for the ones that do, and for the ones that need that help, then they should be able to get it. And for the homeless people that need help, they should also be able to get it, right? But again, I'd be in favor of increasing corporate tax and whatnot, and shit like that, right? Because corporations hoarding an absurd amount of wealth does not benefit anybody. It doesn't contribute to the economy, and it allows people to starve when they have a right to food and shelter and clean water. But okay.
Maduro. These guys now are trapped here. They got dropped in Darien, so now they have no money. So they cannot go to Costa Rica.
Like, that's fucked. That's actually fucked. Nobody has a right to those items? Yeah, so true. Everybody should just be forced to starve and die. That's so true.
9 p.m. He's shouting to us, go to sleep.
Basic human rights, what even is that?
Time to sleep then.
Like, if you're not from this country, then you deserve to rot and die and starve, I guess, because you committed the heinous crime of being born in the wrong country.
Now they're gonna come inside and check us. Fucking God.
I was wondering if it was hard for you to get HRT. No, I live in a blue state, and I started HRT almost a year and a half ago. So yeah. So I started it almost a year and a half ago, and I was 19, right? So for me, it wasn't too difficult to get. But for a lot of people, it is. So I don't know what your circumstances are, but... I could possibly agree if your position was we should work towards having unlimited immigration, but allowing unlimited illegal immigrants now isn't something we can handle economically. I don't know if I agree with that second part, but I do think that yes, we should work towards having unlimited immigration, right? Because I do think it is better if they are legal, right? But we have to make it easier to immigrate legally in the first place, right? So that would necessarily decrease illegal immigration, right? Because now there is a legal pathway, right? We have a right to survive and a right to live. Yeah, but that would include, well, obviously you necessarily need things like food and water to survive, right?
See, guys, whole family is leaving now, sneakily, from behind. If they get caught, they're gonna be deported back to Venezuela, man. It's super stress.
I would be stressed
Kids,
too.
the whole family. Hopefully they can make it now somehow, mate.
I mean, yeah. I wish these people nothing but the best. I hope that they are able to make it and that they live a successful life. I hope they live successful lives. I hope they're happy. And I hope that they get all the things that they need.
Finca de droga.
De matas de coca. De coca.
De cocaína.
Pero...
Ah, tú trabajabas en una finca de...
Eso, no, es para... Yo cuando emigré en el 2018...
You don't have the right to tell other people that they have to go to work so you could take their money from working and give it to somebody else? That's called slavery? What? Do you think slavery is when taxes... What? That's not a real argument you're making, is it? That's like a joke. Slavery is when taxes. I'm sorry, what? That's, okay then. Alright. Alright. Taxation is theft? Okay, yeah, just, so you're just like, say for instance in favor of like, just no regulations, no taxes, just like let corporations hoard more wealth, increase the wealth disparity between the wealthy elite and poor people, I guess. Because I guess you've arbitrarily decided that taxation is like when slavery. Okay.
Yo me metí para allá había mucho trabajo. Y era bueno porque usted se porta, hay guerrilla. Pero si usted se porta bien, siempre es desertico, usted no le pasa nada para allá, nada. Una mata, tú la raspas la hoja.
When you're forced to go to work for the benefit of someone else, it's called slavery. Well then, even without taxation by your definition, because your definition is so broad, any work would be slavery, right? Because if you're working for a company, even if you're not getting taxed, your work necessarily benefits the company. So you would be working for the benefit of somebody else. So by your definition, even if there was no taxes, it would still be slavery. So having a job is slavery. Which I wasn't even going to say, because I wasn't trying to be bad faith. Like somebody else said that in response to you. I wasn't going to say that. But now I will, because that's literally your position. That's called consensual contracting. Okay, what about taxation with representation? Is that like non-consensual? Or what? What about like I don't know, like really sketchy contracts or contracts that are exploitative, but somebody signs it out of desperation? Like you're okay with that, but you're not okay with taxation even though it's with representation. I don't know. That doesn't really make any sense.
Armas ahí, ¿no?
Claro, por ahí hay manes uniformados así como, sí,
Como ejército, pero
al
de...
margen de la ley. Puros manes camuflados.
Yeah, if there was taxation without representation, that would be wrong. That's not what we have in this country, right? It's like with representation, like we vote for people who make decisions in relation to tax money, but okay.
Camuflajeados que llaman la
De
ley.
narcotraficantes.
Sí, claro. Sí.
¿Es a war, mate?
That's all right because they have might. No, might does not equal right. Right? That's not the argument I would use. I argue against that vehemently, actually.
Señor Calvo, brotas coffee.
Me personally, I don't like coffee.
Shit, but it's the best thing we can get here.
Fair enough.
Aye.
I guess at this point, you'd take anything you
A
can
little
get.
breakfast. We're making the most of life in the camp.
Yay! Oreos.
Aquí estamos, guys. Encontramos una colombiana.
Yo, let's go.
Uf. Aquí en la prisión de Panamá.
La prisión, sí.
Uf. ¿Cuál es tu
Arias
nombre?
la colombiana, Natalie.
Natalie, yo Timmy. Y Benjamín.
Arias,
Really? Argue against might makes might, right? Name one right or law that is afforded without force by a... Wait, hold on. You believe that because laws enforce certain things that it makes it morally correct on that basis alone? Like, you believe it's the case that, like, say, for instance, the state has the ability to implement slavery, okay? That's, like, something that actually happened. Like, do you think it was right because might makes right, so it's, like, morally good? Or would you agree that, like, okay, like, yeah, they had the ability to do it, and they had the might to do so, but it was still wrong, right? Like, it was still immoral. So whether or not something whether or not like something whether or not something has might, I guess, doesn't really determine anything. Femyoz, how was your day? It's been pretty alright.
Lunch and dinner at the same time.
¿Ya para qué?
Guys, that's our food. With some nasty chicken that I ate.
Got it backwards. They're saying you're trying to say it's alright when you're forcing somebody. So I'm a utilitarian, okay? I'm a utilitarian. In case, because I think that's where a lot of the disconnect is. I don't think you understand like what my framework is. But I believe maximizing good for the greatest number of people. Specifically, in terms of pleasure, less suffering as like a net equation, right? That's like my ethical framework, in case you're wondering. So I am a hedonic utilitarian. Fuck, I can't speak. Let me drink some water. So I believe it's the case that if there are no taxes, and say for instance, corporations are just completely able to hoard as much wealth as possible, and you know, you just have a bunch of oligarchs that are in complete control, okay? Because they have the money, and then you have an increased gap between them and poor people, right? I would argue that that's a net harm, right? Because that's going to harm most people. Whereas I think that if let's say we were to implement policies that decrease that wealth and power disparity, that would be like a good thing, right? Because that would benefit most people, right? So there would be like a net positive utility, right? So it's not just about freedom, right? Because some quote-unquote freedom would be the freedom to infringe upon other people's freedom, right? So for instance, you might say, well, what the hell? This is government overreach. Why am I not legally allowed to murder somebody? I should have the freedom to do so. And you are right if you say, well, now I have less freedom in terms of decisions I can make, but wouldn't you argue that that person has the right to live, for instance? Okay, of course you would, I would assume. Okay, well, what about, say, for instance, the right to food, okay? Because in order to live, you have to have food. Okay, well, why would that be categorically any different? Why should the wealthy elite be able to deprive poor people of being able to eat when they're hoarding their wealth? That's absurd. Well, at least I would hope you would acknowledge that that's absurd. So, yeah. Anyways, if corporations could hire zero people and still make profit, they would. If corporations could use slave labor and get away with it, they would. In fact, that is what they do with labor in other countries. In many instances, that's like something that they do if they can get away with. But I digress.
And now some rice. ¿Te gusta el pollo, amor?
Using force is absurd. Okay, but I'm maximizing somebody's freedom to live, right? So if somebody doesn't even have access to something like food or water or shelter, right? Then they're not going to really be able to live, right? Like I would argue that being able to live is a right. And if big corporations are hoarding all of their wealth, that could be going towards people being able to live, then that right is being infringed upon, right? The right to have basic things that you need, like food, water, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. But you can't pursue those things if all of these wealthy elites are just hoarding all of the wealth and you don't get anything. You can't pursue anything at that point. The wealth disparity is so great that you get nothing. Anyways, let's continue.
Suave, ella siempre está feliz, ¿no?
Sí, para colombiana es normal.
Yeah, colombiana siempre positiva. Guerrera, Powerpuff Girl.
A guy who opens a company takes the risk of buying the property. Okay, that doesn't give him the right to deprive other people of their rights, though.
Hace papi.
Vamos a Bugatti, ella va a los sábados. Mira cómo abre la cara, hombre. Friday night here in the immigration prison con mi amiga señorita Natalie y el chamo.
Like, just because somebody, I don't know, like gets, like, whatever, takes a risk and gets lucky or takes the right risk doesn't automatically mean that they now suddenly have a right to just hoard all of their wealth and not give back to society. Like, that's kind of absurd, right? Not to mention the fact that there's also going to be a generational wealth gap. So people are going to be born into either richer or poorer families, right? And that's going to increase it even more, right? Because somebody with a richer family is going to have even more opportunities than somebody in a poorer family, right? So we're talking about unequal opportunities as well, right? Some people aren't going to have the same opportunities, right?
Manuel, te quiero sin ropa por el panticalao. I told you, one day I'm gonna make Boulder Backrap dance, and I think today we achieved it.
De Londres a petare.
Así es.
Malandro, siempre. Vamos, chamos.
Reggaetón por siempre.
One more day here, guys. This guy, amigos, is from my team. Lost daughter, mother, and sister.
That's really tragic. Holy shit.
And he has probably the saddest story I've ever heard of Darian.
Poor guy.
We've been trapped here for the last 7 days. The time goes so slow. We have basically no rights. We're almost kidnapped in this place. We cannot escape, we cannot leave. And the majority of the guards are treating us like shit.
Yeah.
Literally like animals. Feels surreal, feels like a movie. But after a few days here, it's not always bad. We also have some good moments.
It isn't a risk because every employee has a duty to make themselves valuable. Let me guess, you are one of those that thinks every worker is intrinsically valuable. Holy shit, you sound like a cartoon villain. Holy fuck. Wait, you actually said... Wait, hold on. Are you just, like, LARPing as a cartoon villain? Is that, like, your goal here? Like, guys, what if I acted like an evil cartoon villain? Like, what? It's, alright. I guess we've got a cartoon villain in chat. No, I'm dead serious? Okay. Uh-huh. I think that you're LARPing as a cartoon villain, personally.
¿No lo comes? Fucking prison, mate. But we still find these little moments of happiness. We still don't know how long I'm gonna be here, man.
Man, I can't do more days here, man. It's impossible. You cannot sleep the whole night.
Salva la vida, por favor! Here! Amigos, finally, man. After 6 or 7 days, 7 days.
7 days exactly.
Finally, man, we leave. If everything goes by the plan, as they said, they're gonna leave us the Costa Rican border.
Yeah, the poor kids. I feel bad for them, especially. I mean, I feel bad for everybody, but, like, Just imagine being that kid. It's just like, I don't know, man.
We've been riding the bus for 14 hours and still we haven't reached the Panamanian-Costa Rican border.
This is the worst night of my life, and I've had some bad bus rides in my life. Nothing as bad as this.
Terrible, mate. But with flow, always.
Always with flow.
All these buses are immigrant buses. It's a convoy of immigrant buses, and now we made a little stop somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Panama. There's over 30 buses, and there's a police car in the front that leads the way, and all of us are following.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Lo logramos, cabrón. Now we can officially, guys, say we've made it. Darien jungle, Panama, nightmare experience, it's over.
Or is it? They actually made another video, the next one in the playlist, called Surviving the Migrant Death Train to the US Border. That's a different video though. But that's a different route. But dude, imagine having to go through all this. So this is in memory of the brave souls who faced the Darian Gap, and in honor of those who lost their lives on this journey. The courage and stories will not be forgotten. Anyways, we're not gonna get through their second part or whatever. This is almost an hour and a like that one's almost an hour and a half. I'm not even gonna be streaming for. Well, yeah, I'll probably. Well, I mean, I'll probably stream for another hour and a half, but like I'm not gonna like play the video in its entirety, and not give commentary. Anyways, I'll play part of it because I do need to go to the bathroom as like a preview for future content potentially, but I really need to pee.
Train of Death is a freight train that runs from Mexico's southern border to the north. Migrants cling to the train's carriages, risking falls, kidnapping by the cartel, robbery by migration authorities, and death from the freezing cold nights. As I have followed the Venezuelan caminantes, I've realized something important. To truly understand what they endure on their long journey to the USA, I will have to face La Bestia myself, sooner or later. Madre mia, man, we're literally in a small town in Guatemala, and we are about to cross illegally, like the Venezuelan immigrants, to Mexico. This is Mexican soil, this is Guatemala soil. Oh, our smuggler is shouting to go now.
My friend.
Let's go. Vamos, amigo.
My friend.
Todo bien, papá.
Mi charrón es Zachary.
Zachary, ¿qué es tu nombre?
Zachary.
Candado, Timmy. I was late again. Who? The shouting? Why? Oh, because there's military behind us. No, que es peligroso, ¿no?
No, aquí te tenemos que cuidar.
Okay, guys. Ben, we doing it?
We're doing it.
Smuggler.
¿Ah? No, nomás están grabando.
Sí, ya vamos ahí. Okay, the guy is angry, he's gonna report us. I don't know why.
You okay, Tim?
Yeah, mate, the guy is gonna report us.
Yeah, let's
You
get out of
hear
here.
him?
Let's get out of here.
Fast, mate. Behind me is the actual legal border, this bridge over there. But we, as the caminantes, as the walkers, we're taking the illegal way. It's way more stressful, but we're showing you the reality. Guatemalans and Mexicans, they're smuggling stuff, food and goods daily through this little river. That's how they make extra money. Ah, no hablo. Oh, as you can see, this guy is breaking from Mexico to Guatemala galletas, crackers. Hasta luego, amigo.
Ah, tienes marihuana. Okay, gracias.
Oh, they're bringing... Not everything is crackers and bananas. Bro, give him $5 more, and that's it. Sí, bro, un segundito.
Ay. Uf. No, pero no tengo 15, no tengo 5.
Yo también.
No, pero ya para allá.
No, yo soy variador, yo no hago nada.
Sí, bro.
Ahí 50 pesos me está dando.
Chat. Considering the fact that, you know, all I've had to do here is, pause their video and give my commentary and talk to chat as well. And considering the fact that we've watched, like, an hour of this person who has risked their life for content, first of all, I'm gonna subscribe to them because holy shit, this is some really high effort stuff. And I mean, this person obviously has a lot more subscribers than me. They're a lot more successful. They have plenty of videos with over 1 million views. Like 2 weeks ago, 1.2 million. Like this is some very high effort shit. So, what I'm gonna do, and let me see. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna link their channel. And yeah. And let me make sure the link works. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna link it a few times. If you're on PC, you'll be able to click it, and if not, you should just be able to search Timmy Karter. This is the channel. And if you thought that any of the content that we went over was interesting or informative, or you want to see more content like that, then I do recommend going and checking them out. I feel like that's the least you could do, or at least the least I can do is whatever. I mean, obviously it's not gonna be like a huge difference, but still, I mean, I'm not like a large YouTuber or anything, but still, like this guy is actually like really good at making videos. Like considering like the lengths he'll go to like do shit for content. With that being said, if you guys want, maybe I'll go over this tomorrow or some other day, but I feel like we've gone over a lot, and this would take an exorbitant amount of time to go over. I mean, the video we watched was 57 minutes, and this live stream has been going on for 3 hours and 47 minutes, so, you know, Bezos supports Democrats and Republicans. He's playing both sides. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That's actually very common. So that no matter who's in office, it's like you have some amount of control, right? It's actually not that surprising. W stream, why thank you. Anyways, let's see here. So that's gonna be 60 times 3 plus 47. It's gonna be 227. Divided by 57 is gonna be, so it's like whatever, about 4 times the video length. So if I were to do something that's like an hour and a half, then that would take me 6 hours. That would be a 6-hour long stream if I went through the entire video. Even if I were to divide that by 4 times 3, if I were to be like a little bit more efficient, 4.5 hours. I could probably get through hour and a half video, 4.5 hours maybe. Dude, I was actually surprised. I thought it would be, dude, I was surprised when I saw like, oh shit, that would take like 6 hours. But then at the same time, it's like, considering how many side tangents we went on today and, you know, all of that, it's like, oh damn, like, anyways. I want to make love to you. Thank you for sharing. I'm so glad to hear that. So, you still have your penis? That's an awesome question. I'm so glad you asked. Okay. So did Rogan. Dude. Why does anybody... Okay, I don't understand. What is the appeal to Joe Rogan? Can somebody please explain why people like Joe Rogan? Like, I don't hate him or anything. I just don't see what the appeal is. I don't know what's so interesting or appealing about him. Anyways. Oh no, my hair is a mess. He's chill. That's it. But like, what does he have to say that's like worthwhile? Like, what does he say that's useful? What do you like about his personality, or like about him specifically? I like when he talks about DMT. Joe Rogan's a good interviewer. That's why people like him. Maybe. I feel like I would just like his interviews then if he's a good interviewer. I wouldn't care about him as a person though. Like, I would care more about the interviews themselves, right? I feel like at that point, his show is entertaining. His guests are what make his show so big. Yeah, that's why I don't know why people care about Joe Rogan himself, because that's what I thought. Like, if the guests carry the show, then like, why would I care about him? Joe Rogan is fair and gives everyone a fair platform to speak what they believe. I guess. I don't know. People don't watch Joe Rogan for Joe Rogan. People watch Joe Rogan for the guests they bring on. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so I'm not crazy. That's what I thought the appeal was. Then people were like, I don't know. Kamala would absolutely annihilate Joe Rogan. He's a fucking idiot. Yeah, it's like people will I don't know, like they'll actually take his fucking opinions seriously and shit, and actually, like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Rogan is like a less edgy Howard Stern. Bro, relax. Smoke a joint. You are going to pop an ovary. What does that even mean? You're gonna pop an ovary. What the fuck does that mean? I've never heard that before. That is the first time I've ever heard that. You married? No. Are you married? Joe Rogan is also inquisitive. He asks good questions. I like his podcast a lot. Fair, I guess. I don't know. I don't see the appeal, but I guess if you enjoy it, I mean, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, you're dumb. You have bad taste. Fuck you, bitch. Anyways. Or maybe I will be like that. You never know. You never know, man. You never know. Anyways, did you notice that all the celebrities that came out endorsing Kamala were all accused for the P. Diddy abuses? Really? Where? When? What is Beyonce or Taylor Swift have to do with P. Diddy? Please enlighten me. The voice switch? What voice switch? I would never switch voices. That would be crazy. Me personally. I would never. On the flight logs? You mean the flight logs with Trump? You know, the one where Trump was on it like at least 7 times as far as we know. Don't talk in the guy voice? What guy voice? What do you mean? I would never. The appeal is he lets both sides debate. Both sides of the debate talk out without interruption. Keep saying you don't because you are so set on your feelings. That's not no. That's the thing though. That's not exclusive to Joe Rogan. Like that's like this is like not like an uncommon format. Like fucking so many channels will do this, and they do it arguably better, right? Like if you take a modern day debate for example, I think that's like a really good platform for debates, right? From what I've seen, to let people debate. Now, that's not a good way to... Now, I don't think watching debates in of itself is like a good way of arriving at truth, but it can be like either A, a good starting point to like look into things, or B, it could be like oh, you know, like here's my existing position. I wonder if like there are good arguments against it, right? And let's see if like, okay, does the person that arguing in favor of my position make the same arguments I would make, or use the same logic? Or maybe they use different logic, and maybe those are arguments I would use. And if, you know, and how does the other person respond to it? You know, what arguments do they make, right? But I wouldn't use it to exclusively, you know, her voice isn't as scary as her views on immigration. You know, I don't know why you would be scared of my views on immigration. There's nothing scary about it. At Femyoz, I'm some RC gamer kid. I just changed my username. Hello, some RC gamer kid, or Matthew now. I'll try my best to remember that. Kamala was too scared to interview anyone on the other side. Trump and Vance both interviewed the other side. Didn't Trump try dodging the debate with Kamala Harris, though? Wasn't he trying to dodge that? And he got blown the fuck out in the debate? I don't know. I will say that Kamala Harris isn't the best in interviews, though. I'll give you that much. Or at least historically, I don't know. She did well in the debate. I don't know. I'm not here to like defend the Queen Kamala or whatever. I just think that she wouldn't be as terrible as Donald Trump. That's it. Anyways. Your views are serious because of how lax you want immigration to be, despite obvious concerns regarding national security. National security? You don't even get the talking points right. Normally people are like, well, what about the economy, even though they don't harm the economy? Or, well, aren't they like committing all these crimes, even though the crime rates for undocumented immigrants are statistically lower than those of natural born citizens? But national security. Really? That's like your best argument? It's bad because I guess national security? Okay. Alright. Yeah, it's not that Kamala was like the best candidate of all time, but like she was way better than Trump. Yes, national security. We have to have border security to protect outside threats. Economy is just one of the arguments. Okay, like, how many of these immigrants are threats? Like, what are you talking about? Apparently, you're a threat if you want to provide a better life for your family. She was so abusive and passed unconstitutional laws. What laws did she pass that were unconstitutional? Lots of them? Like, which ones? Can you give me, like, examples? You are biased? Well, that's not really an example. I just want, like, a specific example of a law that she's passed that's unconstitutional. Because, like, if there is one, I'd be like, oh, shit, like, that's not good. But, like, I haven't seen anyone. The law of arresting parents due to truancy? I don't know if that's unconstitutional. I might disagree with that. I'd have to see what that is. But I do think that, like, yeah, your kids are already legally required to go to school, so, like, I don't know if I'd be in favor of arresting parents over that, but I don't know if I would say that's unconstitutional. Like, you said unconstitutional, right? I don't think that, like, what part of the Constitution would that violate? Because it's already illegal. But, whatever, I'm not gonna get into it. And the judge said it was unconstitutional. Oh, okay, so the judge said it was unconstitutional. Hold on. Forced her to repeal the law. The mom's story. Well, I don't care about individual anecdotes. Kamala Harris law. Truancy, arresting parents, okay? Here. Bro, why is the first... Dude, the first... Sorry, I guess the second thing that comes up is the Heritage Foundation, which is a far-right think tank, so... let's see. Hold on. Gavin Newsom signs California law walking back truancy prosecution threats. Kamala Harris promoted as the district attorney. Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Which one is it? Okay. No, I'm not gonna sign in. Fuck you. I'm not paying money. So apparently the truancy law was in 2011. Kamala Harris says she regrets unintended consequences of 2011 truancy law. Okay. This could be like a bad law. I'm not sure if it's bad enough to make her worse than Trump, though. I don't think it is. I mean, considering the fact that I mean, if you look at what's in Agenda 47, it consists of centralizing as much power as humanly possible to the president, which would be Trump, as well as replacing everybody in the executive branch with loyalists, right? Like, I'll take one bad law over that, right? I don't want power to be completely centralized to one person. I'm against that, fundamentally. I believe that that's authoritarian. So apparently, the criminalization of... So Harris said the criminalization of parents happened in other jurisdictions, not under my watch ever. I had no control over that. Wait, so wait, did she sign a... Wait, did she even... Hold on. My regret is that I have now heard stories where in some jurisdictions, DAs have criminalized the parents. So that wasn't even the intention. Okay. The section of the California law that went into effect on January 1st of 2011 reads that parents could be subject to a fine of up to $2,000 or imprisonment in a county jail not exceeding 1 year, or by both fine and imprisonment. Okay, wait. Okay, Kamala might have lied about that then. I don't know. But, that's actually kind of fucked. Like, what do you... Unintended consequence... But those are the... Was she against this law? I'm confused. Did she sign this law? Like, what did she do? I'm confused. Like, was this a law she was in favor of? That she, like, promoted? The law applies to a parent or guardian of a student who is 6 years or older, who is in kindergarten and in first grade through 8th grade, whose child is truant, who has failed to reasonably supervise and encourage the pupil's school attendance, who has been offered language accessible to support services to address the pupil's truancy. Yeah, so I think that, like, a $2,000 fine or imprisonment, like, especially imprisonment, I would argue that that's definitely too extreme. I don't know if I necessarily have a problem with like, if you're not sending your kid to school, right? Like, that is obviously a problem, right? Like, there should be, like, some sort of consequence or mechanism in place that prevents that. But, I don't know. It depends on, like, okay, like, how truant are they, right? But apparently the criminalization happened in other jurisdictions. Wait. But isn't the whole point of the law that it's criminal law? I don't know, man. So she would not support this type of, like, a similar law if she becomes president. Okay. Senator explained why she initially supported the Californian law. I took a look and did an analysis of who our homicide victims were under the age of 25, and I learned that 90% were high school dropouts, she said. Okay. So look, I don't know. It seems like she signed a shitty bill, like, in 2011 or whatever, or supported a shitty bill. Harris said she realized the system was failing these kids. I want to avoid a situation where those children end up being criminalized. Some for their entire lifetime because we failed them at the earliest stages. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of difficult to criminalize bad parenting is the thing. Because doing so might also harm the child in some instances. That's, like, kind of a double-edged sword there. So yeah, I would disagree with, a bill like that. But again, I don't have to agree with every single policy position that Kamala Harris has ever supported to say that she's not as bad as Trump, right? Listen to the mom. I don't care. Well, hold on. Do you think that I'm going to completely 180 and be like, you know what? I actually support Trump now because one mom had a bad experience as a result of one law that Kamala Harris supported like 15 years ago. Come on. Yesterday I dropped out in middle school and now I own my own plumbing company. Mid 6 figures a year. Well, to be fair, that's not going to be necessarily common for dropouts, right? Like, the statistic that she cited for dropouts is most likely accurate, but it doesn't, I don't think it justifies, I think that the law was bad, right? I don't think it justifies supporting the law, but that's the thing, is I can say, yeah, that was like one bad thing, but I don't think that's like even close to being on the same level as you know, attempting to do an insurrection because you lost an election, you lost a presidential election, so you send your sycophants to go storm the Capitol, which is, I mean, fucking crazy. Openly admitting that you intend on suspending the Constitution, writing an entire plan called Agenda 47, where it's a detailed explanation about how everybody in the executive branch is going to be replaced with Trump loyalists, and how the goal is to centralize as much power as humanly possible to the president, right? I think all of that is substantially worse than this one bad law that Kamala Harris supported 15 years ago. Come on. Like, do you not see why it's a little bit silly to use that as a comparison? Come on. Holding prisoners past their prison sentences. Holding prisoners past prison sentences. Okay. I'll just click on the first result. I might have to look at multiple. I don't know if the American prospect is, no, I'm not gonna sign up. Alright. Apparently, she repeatedly and openly defied U.S. Supreme Court orders to reduce overcrowding in California prisons while serving as the state's attorney general. Okay. How did Harris's office turn a simple court order to release low-risk prisoners to prevent cruel and unusual punishment into a constitutional fiasco? Okay. Criticized? Okay. For keeping people in prison. Hold on. Let's see. Seldom look to prisoner release. It's a remedy or last resort. California was a unique case with a uniquely awful prison system. Okay, 200% of its design capacity, not enough beds, excess of bodies. 54 prisoners shared a single toilet. That's fucked. Republican and Democratic administrations essentially ignored the problem. Of course they did, because they don't see prisoners as people. Who would have guessed? Despite constitutional protections for prisoners against cruel and unusual punishment, enshrined in the Bill of Rights. I want to know, like, okay, like, what did Kamala do that she should have not done? She had been the state's attorney general for just over 4 months, representing California as its top legal officer, but the Supreme Court ruling would have to be enacted on her watch. Every 6 months, the state would have to show it had decreased its prison population. Okay. Finally arriving at the target level of 137.5% by June of 2013. It soon became clear that the state would hold out on complying with the judicial order. 2011 passed with little progress made on the declaration. Proved the state actually intended to increase. Oh, wait, hold on. A report resurfaced that proved the state actually intended to increase its prison population. Okay. In May of that year, Harris's office, quote, confirmed their intent to not comply with the order, but instead seek its modification from 137.5% design capacity to 145%. Modification was not permitted. The deadline for compliance was eventually extended to the end of 2013. Okay, I don't know what Harris has to do with this. Like, what did Harris do specifically? Like, this is, okay, the state itself did that, okay. Harris's office didn't stop there. Instead, they claimed, okay, so how much control over her office does she have? refusing to answer questions, how they would implement the Supreme Court ruling. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. It was her office? Okay. I don't know how much control state general attorney has over their office. I don't know what they can do in a situation, so I don't want to jump to any conclusions. Definitely does look bad though. Stop coping, she's actually evil. I wouldn't say she's evil. I don't like her necessarily. I wouldn't say she's good. But I still think that she's less bad than Trump. So keep in mind, when I vote for somebody, it's not because I explicitly endorse them. It's just pragmatic, right? I just vote for the lesser of two evils. Again, this looks pretty shitty, but I don't think that anything that she would do would be even close to comparable to what Trump has explicitly said he's going to do. Like, I don't know. Like, this doesn't compare. Like, I'm sorry, but openly having intentions to fucking suspend the Constitution? Are you kidding me? I don't know, man. Look, Look, here's the thing. When you vote, you're voting for who sucks less, okay? That's who you're voting for. Who sucks less, okay? I still think that Kamala still sucks less. She withheld evidence that would have freed a guy from death row. Maybe that's true. Trump also raped people, so... I don't know. That's the thing. They're both terrible people then. Say that. Hold on. Suspend Constitution. Okay, Trump rebuked for call to suspend Constitution over election. Okay. Let's see here. Former President Donald Trump faced rebuke Sunday from officials in both parties after calling for the, quote, termination of parts of the Constitution over his lie that the 2020 election was stolen. So, yeah, he actually did want to. Let's see. So, Trump wants to free people who are guilty from jail? Yeah. I don't know. Look, I think what you're okay. So I think where our disagreement is there's no court evidence of that. Yeah, dude. And O.J. Simpson was also innocent. Don't you know? Anyways. Dude, they couldn't prove in a criminal court of law that O.J. Simpson was guilty. So, like, obviously he was innocent. Clearly. Anyways, you still have yet to make the case that Kamala Harris is worse than Trump. You've cited one bad law that she supported in 2011, and like, it looks like she was kind of shitty with the prison systems. Which, I mean, that sucks, don't get me wrong. But isn't it the case that Trump is in favor of hold on. Trump police officer immunity. Okay. Let's see here. What Donald Trump has said about giving police immunity from prosecution. Trump campaigned on giving police officers immunity from prosecution, though he said such immunity might depend, quote unquote, on what happened. President-elect Donald Trump is set to return to the White House in January after winning Okay, so this is recent. Let's see. Many Americans are wondering what policies they should expect. A lot of Trump's campaign platform was centered around reducing crime and emboldening police officers. Several people asked Trump, if Trump plans on giving police officers immunity from prosecution. Hold on. The answer is true. Yes, Trump did say that, although he's been vague on how he would implement the policy. So Trump said he plans on giving police immunity from prosecution multiple times on the campaign trail, including at 2 rallies and in an interview with the annual National Association of Black Journalists convention. During a rally in May 1st of 2024 in Wisconsin, Trump said, "We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution so that they're not prosecuted for doing their job." So, he said something similar. We're going to give immunity to the police so they can do their job. I'm giving federal immunity to police officers so they can do their job. But apparently it wouldn't extend to every single case of police misconduct, whatever that means. So, yeah. What do you think? What do you think police immunity means? So I want to, like, again, you can't make the argument, well, Kamala Harris was, like, slightly bad with prison stuff, like, over a decade ago. When it's, like, Trump literally wants to give police officers complete federal immunity. Like, come on. And that's only one of the things that he wants to do. Like, come on. Like, he literally thinks that police should be above the law. Like, you're biased. See, that's the thing. That's the difference between me and you. That's the difference between me and you. Is when I see, when you show me, like, oh shit, like, here are like the bad things that Kamala Harris did. I look at them and I see them and I'm like, yeah, if this is true, then that's, like, really bad and that's shitty, right? And I look into it and I'm like, okay, yeah, that was a bad thing, right? I disagree with her doing that, right? You can't do the same for Trump because for you it's a cult mindset. I can criticize the person I voted for. That's a thing I can do. But I mean, it means he's not doing that. It's probably something to say to sway the voters that have no idea how aggressive. So you're telling me that Trump is lying then? He's lying to his constituency, correct? Is that what you're saying? That's like the only other option. So okay, so if Trump is lying to you about this, don't you think that maybe he's lying about other things? So it's either the case that he's not lying about it and that he intends on granting police officers immunity from prosecution, or it's the case that he's lying. In which case, okay, then, like, why would you believe anything he says? It's a lose-lose for you. I think they all lie. Me too. I agree with that. I also think that they all lie. But that's, like, a very strange thing to lie about. Like, this weird, like, idea that, like, that your support for Trump is predicated on this notion that, well, you see, he was actually saying that to trick everybody into getting more votes, but he would never actually do that because he has our best interest in heart. That's why he lied, actually. Politicians lie. I don't support any politician. Me neither. If my support, quote unquote, for a politician, essentially amounts to me voting pragmatically, right? I never supported Kamala Harris beyond just, I think that she is less bad than Trump, right? That doesn't mean that I like her. It doesn't mean that I think she's going to be a great president or whatever, right? But you're saying that the lives of Kamala destroyed doesn't mean anything and that we should ignore it. Well, in the context of choosing the lesser of two evils, yeah, it's insignificant to what Trump intends on doing. Like, if he says he's going to do things that are bad, we should probably believe him, right? Because he might do the bad things, right? Like if somebody says, I intend on suspending the Constitution, or I intend on granting police officers immunity from prosecution, that, like, you can't just assume that they're lying when it's a policy position that you dislike, but if it's a policy position you like, then they're telling the truth? Okay. Right. All right. How about judging people by their actions? Okay, yeah, let's, why don't we judge Trump based on the fact that he attempted an insurrection? You think, oh, let's not judge him based on that? Okay. I don't, like, what is this, like, weird fucking notion? I know that Trump says he's gonna do something that's gonna, like, cause, like, a shit ton of harm to people, but, like, what about his actions? Well, he's saying what he intends on doing in office, like, in its bad things. He intends on doing things that are bad. So if somebody says, I intend on doing bad things in office, and then they get in office, are you going to be surprised when they do the bad things that they say they're going to do? Like, come on. Kamala already did. Well, Kamala would actually have more of an incentive to not do any bad things, right? If it goes against the nature of her campaign, which it fundamentally would, because she would want to get reelected, right? Trump doesn't have to worry about reelection. He could just do whatever the fuck he wants. He doesn't have to worry about that. Anyways. Anyways. My hair's a mess. Lol. Hashtag tipster news. I'm never invited in an insurrection. I'm sorry, this is a delusion. He literally said, we need to fight like hell. The election was stolen. It was rigged. We're going to lose our country if we don't fight like hell. And then he sends his sycophants to the Capitol on January 6th. What do you think? And then he waits multiple hours. He waits multiple hours when he could have said anything. He could have said something at any point, and he chose not to. It was only after his insurrection had already failed that he was like, okay, now it's time to go home. You know, surely if he was against it, you know, he would have said something when they were, you know, like, breaking into the Capitol. You know, when people storm the Capitol on your behalf, and, like, you're aware of it and you're present, and, like, you can say something, you probably would. Yeah, he was found guilty of sexual assault. I don't know if it was specifically rape, but he definitely was. His ex, Ivana, also said he raped her. Yeah, I'm sure it's just, like, a crazy coincidence that, like, all of the women that he's ever been around are like, yeah, this guy was, like, a fucking freak. He you know, didn't really respect our consent. Like, if all of the women that he was around, it just so happened to have that same experience, it's kind of suspicious, don't you think? Like, wow, they magically all are, like, colluding to, like, I guess, like, make him look bad or something. I guess they're, like, all liberals, I suppose. Come on. He said before, during, and after the insurrection, for people to stay peaceful. No, during, he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything during. He could have at any point said, hey, by the way, please stop storming the Capitol. It's actually bad that you're doing that. Right? But he waited multiple hours. And it was only once his coup attempt had failed that he told them to go home. Because his attempt failed. So, I don't see what your point is. Have you ever seen Big Bungie? I actually have. He's a great commentary YouTuber. I've watched a few of his videos. I will say they're pretty funny. I probably disagree with his political positions, I think, from what I remember. He's definitely more right-wing than me, but I won't deny the fact that he's fucking funny, alright? I'll give him that. Alright? Okay, look, I've watched a few of his videos, okay? They make me laugh. Alright? Yes, I know he's slightly problematic, okay? But I don't care, okay? I don't care. Shit's funny. Alright? I don't care. Whoa, hair down, I know, crazy. Who would have guessed? Oh, chat. If we get to $50 for the daily dono goal, I will put on these cat ears for the rest of stream. Oh, and if we reach $100 today, once I do, because I'm wearing this, I will put this leash on, okay? That's right. That's what I'll do. For the rest of stream, plus the cat ears if we hit the donor goal. Cat ears are once we hit half the donor goal, which is $50. So, yeah. Let's go for chain. Hell yeah. Anyways. Pretty hair. Oh, thank you. It's actually kind of a mess right now. I'm gonna be real. Or at least it feels like a mess to me. Meow. Yeah. Anyways. It's so cute. Aw, thank you. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Bottom hair? It's not bottom hair. What do you mean? Ears look so cute on you, Femi. Yeah, I guess the reason I'm doing that is like I need some more incentives for people to donate. Where it's not like just like a temporary like I do this thing once type of thing where it's like a yeah, once we reach this milestone, I guess, in for the day, I put on the cat ears. Because I am tempted to put them on, okay? I'm tempted to put them on. But I want to, like, I don't know. I want to, like, encourage. Because, like, I do want to do this as a career. And I don't know what else to do. Because, like, I don't wear the cat ears, like, at the beginning of every stream anymore anyway. And sometimes people will ask them, or ask me where they are, or why I'm not wearing the cat ears. So I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, since I'm, like, not wearing them all the time anyway, then I guess I'll, like, whatever, start streams without them, but if we hit half the donor goal or more, I'll put them on. I should probably update the description. I just don't want it to be too convoluted. You look cute with cat ears. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, they have little bells on them, too. But yeah, I'll put them on. I'll put them on if, we get half the donor goal or more for the rest of stream. Yes, cat girl yos. We've got, like, another, what, 45 minutes for the stream? Nice bottom bells. What do you mean? And, yeah, same thing applies with the, leash that I showed not that long ago. But, yeah. I love the bell on your collar. It's so fucking cute. Thank you. Femi, will you do ASMR? Maybe. Nah, not right now, at least. Chat, we're currently streaming in front of 26 of our closest friends and family. Should I just, like, end this one and start like a new one that goes for like 45 minutes just to see what happens? I think I should. Yes. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it just to see if it does anything. Dude, I'm gonna be doing double. I can technically say I did 2 streams yesterday and it sounds impressive. One of which was 4.5 hours. Sounds good? Alright. Alright, I will be starting a new stream to test the algorithm. So I'm going to end this one, but I'm going to do like a 45-minute stream to test the algorithm. Alright, be right back, everybody.